The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves to get Chelsea all we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it goes now comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves to get Chelsea.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Eternal Father, bless, guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through comfort. To our leaders, great defenders, grant wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, Jamaica, land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Duty's call. Strengthen us the weak. Give us wisdom lest we perish.
The following is a public service announcement.
The Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force and One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invite Jamaican patriots and friends in the tri-state area to the second staging of a call to action. Meet us on Friday, May 10th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Jamaica's Consulate, located at 300 East 42nd Street, corner 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. That's a call to action for Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica who are seeking the best solutions for Jamaica. May 10th at 9 a.m. at the Jamaican Consulate at 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. Listen to Reason with Radigan Saturdays at 3 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube for updates.
Hello and welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to all our silent viewers. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a restful weekend as usual. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is KSAMC under audit and GLP morally bankrupt, and your host, Byron and Anne-Marie. So let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. John Gotti was here earlier, Truck Life, Jamaica, Sonia Foster, Winnie Mead, Jamaican Vibes in France, Cooking with Miss Brown, RJ, Andrea Hunt, Major Daps, Sonia Ellis, Rosalie Ricketts, Freedom, Vivian Hamilton, Don Mel, Calligraphy, Maverick Lloyd, Janet Jones, Cynthia B., our channel member, Natalie Mullings, Doran Clark, Laris Beckford, Darren Daly, Fitzroy Plummer, Samanish One, Powell GQ, Juliette Gooden Mills, and Petra Alexander. Welcome Happy Friday. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Donmel. Really appreciate each and everyone who's here this evening. And let me just also put up post a reminder about the gathering on May 10th, 2024, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And it's a Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica, let's raise our voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, etc. in Jamaica. Join us for this historic event on Friday, May 10th, 2024, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. at the Jamaica Consulate, and this is in New York City, located at 300 East and 42nd Street. All right, so I'm just going to hand over to Baron so he can start the discussion, and I will do some housekeeping as usual.
All right. Thank you, wifey, as usual, for that wonderful precursor there. All right. So for new subscribers, I want to say big thanks on coming on board. And of course, for all those persons who have been following us right from foundation, right, I want to say big respect to you all. All right, tonight is no different from any other Friday nights that we come and explicitly, right, present the truth, right, as it relates to our government. Now, of course, you know that we lack good governance as it relates to this current government. And we are here, right, to call out the government accordingly, right? This is the purpose of Mystic Sensation, because, of course, we want good governance for our people. Having said that, right, I know later we'll be joined by Aromatic, and of course, Tara J Vlogs will join us, right? And so then we, of course, we're going to have an very much inspired night, right? And as you know, Saturday, right, I will be over by Rattigan, right, dealing with some investigation, right, roadmap there. All right, so that is, you know, what is on the agenda. Now, tonight, we are going to highlight some issues. And one of the issues first we want to highlight, we realize that it seems that the Jamaica Labour Party is so desperate as it relates to, you know, just wanting to find fault as it relates to the KSMAC municipality, right? Where, of course, right, we see the G2K, right, came out and making, you know, pretty much, you know, some, you know, very faint references as it relates to cleaning up of garbage. And just imagine that G2K as it relates to Swaby, who just sworn in. And when you have Delroy Williams, who has been there, right, and within the KSMAC area, right, you have many markets being overcrowded with garbage and all of that. And the G2K did not see anything wrong with that to hold, right, the mayor responsible. But here you are, right? Few days. And of course, G2K is now finding the fault, right? Now, let us just look and see what they have to say, and then we are going to dissect that, right? So without any further ado, let us display this document. G2K say, Mayor failed first test right?
Let me just bring it up.
And this obviously is a sense of desperation. And it shows you as it relates to those young politicians, what the future is going to be for them, you know, following their JLP senior counterparts, going down the road of the same propaganda, right? And mischief making, nothing more than that. G2K says Mayor Swaby failed first step in Carnival garbage furor. Posted by Nationwide Newsnet, 9th April 2024, and there are the garbages. Now, the young professional affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party, G2K, says the mayor of Kingston, right, Andrew Swaby, has failed his first major test as leader of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSMAC. G2K says the KSMAC's response to the mounds of garbage left behind by revealers attending Sunday's road march is inadequate. According to G2K, this is a significant failure on the mayor's part and is a possible indicator about the remainder of his tenure. So far they gone, right? In critiquing the man negatively. The group says Carnival Sunday provided Mayor Swaby with the opportunity to demonstrate his commitment to effective urban management and cleanliness. G2K says debris-laden streets of Kingston in the aftermath of Carnival are a visual reminder of Mayor Swaby's unmet promises. Just imagine, right, where we have Delroy Williams, right, in the post for so many years, and you have so many situations as it relates to garbages and all sort of, you know, health crisis, and the G2K didn't see anything wrong under Delroy Williams' leadership. But I want to show, right, G2K, what they need to concern about and what they need to speak on. Now, let us take away that document, right? And so then for the negative criticism that they are meting out to Swaby, right, is so unfortunate in terms of when you look and you realize that they have been there for 8 years, 7, 8 years, right? And the situation under their management, right, is terrible, right? A lot of health crisis situation, and they want to criticize Swaby, right, to be there less than a month. Can you imagine that? Now, let me talk about, right, what G2K really need to speak about, and this is very serious. So my people, let me show you what is happening as it relates to, right, this issue that G2K need to speak about, right? Politics. Okay. Now we have a current situation, right, that is plaguing the Jamaican people as it relates to water crisis, right, in Westmoreland. Yes.
I'm at the tip or the mouth of the Carburetor River, where every single day between 10 and 15 millions of gallons of water that can be used for household, residential development, commercial development, tourism development can be used to ensure that we have sufficient water for the people of Westmoreland. So I'm on the river today. I'm at the tip of the river, where the river meets the ocean. Every single day, we lose anywhere between 10 and 15 million gallons of water. Time come now for the people of Westmoreland to get potable water in their pipes. It is not a question if we have the water. We do have the water. We do have the water for every citizen in Westmoreland. Let's get it done. Let's ensure that the water from here that can be used for development, residential, commercial, and tourism development, stop going out to the ocean. make we ensure. Thank you. It's a shame you have to say
Identifying, right, a situation that could, well remedied. So if the Jamaica Labour Party government, right, wanted to remedy the situation, they could have remedied the situation, right? Now, we have seen as it relates to, right, the Westmoreland people going through that level of crisis. And we know that, it seems to be an act of revenge meting out to them as a result of Jamaica Labour Party losing in the area. And that is how Jamaica Labour Party behave, right? Some people are getting water. You have some persons have 7 tanks, right, in his home. You have some persons being the tanks being sold to, right? They are selling tanks. And come on, what is that? In a crisis situation where you have a lot of people are suffering, and you have one person, right, getting 7-8 tanks at his home, right? And this is the Jamaica Labour Party that talking about that they care for people, right? It's quite obvious in terms of the sabotaging, right? So they make sure that the areas that they believe, right, occupied by the Jamaica Labour Party, those areas, right, conveniently being looked after, right, and areas that they believe, right, are PNP zoned, right, those areas, right, being starved of the well-needed commodity, right? This is crazy. This is crazy, and in spite of people voting against you, it is the people's right, Galley, but them never notice the sewer water running in downtown Kingston for months right now, which, by the way, is flowing into a gully that leads straight to the ocean. And this is what I'm saying, all of Galley. This is what I'm saying, Kali, right? Because G2K now run out, right? Just imagine it now. It is the following day that they run out, So it seems like they're actually preparing something, you understand, and seems like they are the ones who orchestrate, right, for the street to be littered so that they can run out with some argument. Now we have seen in downtown Kingston where you have sewage water, right, overflowing on the road for several months. For several months where people are selling food insanitary. And yet G2K did not come out. So G2K, you didn't see that? Right? Downtown Kingston being flooded out several months as it relates to sewage water. People are walking through the sewage water. People are selling food. And G2K did not see that. Right? G2K did not speak on that. It goes to the hypocrisy and it goes to the type of politics as it relates to these G2Ks. What are they going to do in the future? Right? If you are going to be partisan, right, and you're not calling out the wrongdoing of your party, right? Call out the wrongdoing with a GLP or PNP, but that is not what you are doing. You are taking side because we have heard nothing from you when you have raw sewage in a busy downtown area, a commercial area, a commercial spot, where you have raw sewage for months. What did you say about that, G2K? That is worse, much worse than what you are talking about right now. But it goes to show you the type of politics, the sort of divisiveness, right, that your political perception giving you, right? And this is the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to, their negative criticism, their propaganda, right? These are some serious issues. Now let us show you one more serious issue that G2K need to speak on, and this one is extremely serious, where you have taxpayers billions of dollars, right, being spent from the treasury, right, to do service, good service. And you have the Jamaica Labour Party who have that bankrupt, right, and prevent service, right, from many people as it relates to the trucking of water. So we're going to show you, G2K, right, that these are serious concerns affecting the people, right? And I hope your line of politics, right, put in gear to help Jamaican people, because your sort of criticism is not helping Jamaican people. You need to find ways and find policies and make positive suggestions, but you are not making positive suggestions. You are just there anticipating. You are so anticipating that, oh Lord, make Swaby make a mistake so we can highlight it, while Delroy Williams made all the errors, because I soon deal with him. You know? I soon deal with him. So G2K, when we finish with Delroy Williams, I hope you have the information, right, to speak on it, because we are going to expose Delroy Williams, right? And tonight we are going to expose him. So let me just take time smoothing, right? Let us play play the other one. Okay. Yeah. Let me just start out with this in the meantime.
So this thing keeps jumping. Sorry guys, keeps jumping. I'm not trying to highlight something.
All right.
I think it's this. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So this
Here
problem.
in St. James, and I just want to bring attention to Jamaica. I just want to bring some things to your attention as the shadow spokesperson on water. In 2015, we had one of the worst droughts in Negril. I dispatched over 20 trucks myself and Bobby Pickersgill, senior minister at the time. When the JLP government came in power in 2016, they dismantled the rapid response unit. The unit had 39 trucks that we spent billions of dollars for, in ensuring that nobody price gouge and charge you extra money to truck water. And the government would have the capacity to truck the water to you at no cost to you, and nobody can overcharge you. Look behind you. Acres of trucks parked since 2016. JLP government dismantled. I can tell you this, the only plan the government have, just like how they don't have any plan for crime, they don't have a plan for crime, they don't have one for water. The only plan they have is to pray like the rest of us that God Almighty give us some water pretty soon. This is sad. This is a sad day in the history of this country. To come here and to see all of these trucks being rotten to the ground after we, you the taxpayer, spend billions of dollars on them to repair them and to put them on the road to stop the problems that we are now faced with in the grill and across.
Where are these dismantled truck being housed? Where is this located?
I'm on Bevan Avenue in Montego Bay at the NWC office in St. James. This is the graveyard for the billions of dollars that we have spent on buying these trucks.
Most people have.
So then G2K, let me ask you a question, G2K. I hope somebody from the G2K listening to me. Have you seen that? Have you seen that, G2K? I would like to know what is your response in relation to that. Because there you go, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party government, as you heard it, in 2016, dismantled the rapid response team, right? Now, that was a system put in place, a mechanism put in place where they could truck water to people you understand, without people, without anyone paying a dime. And what the Jamaica Labour Party government had done? Dismantled the program. Dismantled the program. So then, G2K, what do you have to say about that? In the sense that, of course, billions of dollars of taxpayers' money, right, has gone way and stuck in a storage area, right, where all those trucks being dumped. What do you have to say? Prosperity at its best, right, beyond the echo. All right, that is Tara, right? So you have to drop the link in terms of when Tara want to come up. You're beyond the echo is Tara.
Beyond the echo is Tara.
Yes. All right. So now, as you see, right, billions of dollars, right, of taxpayers' money gone down the drain under Andrew Holness government. One thing I like about Ian Ailes is getting into those areas that need the representation. And so then, just as we see that Ian Ailes are going around, right, the various constituencies and making sure, this is what we talk about when we talk about representation politics. This is what we're talking about, right? A voice getting out there, right, and dealing with the people's affairs, identifying these affairs, right, beyond the echo. Bless up yourself. All right, Sister Tara. So,
happy Friday, Tara.
Right, Tara, as you have just seen that, right, where you have seen all those water trucks, right, being just pumped in a particular area, how much billions of dollars, of taxpayers' money spent to buy those trucks, right, for the purpose of trucking water, right, for people in the area, right? And so then for those people, they will not pay a dime, right? The Jamaica Labour Party program has dismantled the program, and look what happened to taxpayers' money. And here you have G2K, right? A little festival jigger up for one night. You understand? And the following day, G2K talking about garbage being spilled, right? And these are vital situations that they need to address, right? Are they addressing these situations? Right? What G2K have to say in terms of the government spending billions of dollars, right? Billions of dollars, right? And then you put those trucks out of commission, right? Taxpayers feeling it, right, under this particular government. Anything you want to say, Tara?
Well, we know about the party that master the heart of convenient outrage.
Exactly. So right.
And this is exactly what G2K come out, because we know, I've been in Kingston where they do the 5K run, the carnival, and that is what happens after. Garbage is on the place and you clean up. You understand me? And now there are important stuff that they're supposed to come out and speak about. But of course, they are masters of pulling the wool over the people's eyes. So there they go again. That's what they do best.
Exactly. Well, Tara, sit tight, because so tonight is the fire. Right.
I'm about to put my seat that man.
All right. So where I'm going from here now, people, it is going to get serious. Right. And I want to explain before we start, right, putting on the heat. Now, let me say this, people, and I'm going to speak categorically clear. From the day the People's National Party won the KSMAC, the Jamaica Labour Party is in a bind. The Jamaica Labour Party, as Janet said, masters of destruction. So right, Janet. The KSMAC is the Jamaica Labour Party laundry machine. And when I said laundry machine, you can hear the rinsing from a mile away. We are going to get into some serious waters tonight. Because we know that people are fretting. We have seen extra effort being put out where the Jamaica Labour Party, right, is taking the situation to court, utilizing delay tactics, right? We have seen situation where Delroy Williams, right? Delroy Williams push into the deputy mayor for one purpose only. But I'm going to warn Delroy Williams. I am warning Delroy Williams. Delroy, you cannot stop the audit from run, because the Auditor General is going to audit the KSMAC. Forensic audit. So Delroy Williams, I am going to show you, right, some of the things that are taking place and the preparation being done in terms of engineering those audits. You cannot stop it, regardless of the destruction that you want to cause. Right? You cannot stop it. And we know that is the reason why, right, Andrew Holness making sure that you being the deputy mayor, but guess what? We know your objective, and we are going to call you out tonight. Now, people, I am going to play a clip with Andrew Holness. And let me say it before I play the clip. Jamaican people, locally and in the diaspora, Mystic Sensation is saying to Andrew Holness that he is the worst political canartist in the entire Caribbean. And guess what? Mystic Sensation is not taking that back. Mystics and Pat W, yes sir, them getting into a frenzy. The honey jar is broken under their feet. What a bangarang. Well, I want you to put bangarang plus bangarang plus bangarang, because that's over there. And let me tell you something. You hear the phrase when them say the F-bomb pull. When the F-bomb pull, you know what a fly. When the F-bomb pull, you know what a fly. And I am telling Jamaican people right now that the S-bomb pull. Yes, Sister Tara, don't. We are going to get into it.
It must wide up, man.
It must wide. It must, and look, they can't stop it. They can't. We know the people who are fretting. We know the people who are worrying. Right?
Nervous.
And I tell you something, you know. I can tell Andrew Holness that, listen me, don't even utilize its time in terms of preparing for general election. Trust me, you need to think about something else, Andrew, because we are getting there. You need to think about something else. Right?
You mean like the prevention of going behind bars or so?
Tara, that's why you are here. You are a brilliant student, you are a A-class student. Say it again, Tara. What is that?
Preventative methods from going behind bars.
Okay, Tara, that's it. Well, brilliant student. Brilliant.
Ways to escape the bangle.
People, I am going to show you a clip. I'm going to play a clip, people. That when Andrew Holness was talking about Tara, ethics and morals. Tara,
Laughable.
you want me to say no? Andrew Holness was talking about ethics, morals,
it's a prank,
and anti-corruption. A prank. A scam business. What I said? Real top scammer. Real top scammer. I want to show. Let me read what Talent said. not only the Caribbean, but the world. I wonder where them going hide in the world after everything end. Well, John, I don't know if they are going to. Let me take that and whisper. I don't know, John, if they are going to be able to hide, because the judgment
under
is
the sea.
faster than how they expect. But I am going to let the people hear Andrew Holness on ethical principles and morals as it relates to anti-corruption. People, it's not funny. And while Andrew was saying this, Andrew was under investigation. People, while Andrew was saying this, Andrew was under investigation. So people, I want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to this. While he was speaking this, Andrew Holness was under investigation.
Stage at the University College of the Cayman Islands. And I want to extend my gratitude to the president of the UCCI, Mr. Roy Bodden, and Dr. Livingston Smith, the conference chair, and other key organizers of the conference, including some of Jamaica's local universities, and I must especially recognize the National Integrity Action, who collaborated in making this event possible. This is not my first time in the Cayman Islands. I was here maybe 10 years ago, and I would want to say that the Cayman Islands has progressed significantly since I've been here last. And it is a country that should take great pride in itself for what it has achieved. I certainly am impressed. But this is my first time here as leader of the opposition in Jamaica. Unfortunately, I was not Prime Minister long enough to pay you a visit. But I promise you that next time when I visit Cayman, I will be the Prime Minister. It is clear from the attendance at this conference by the representatives from various sectors, politics, the church, civil society, and academia, corruption is of great concern to all, and it impacts various sectors of the society. It also highlights that in tackling this problem, a collaborative and cooperative approach needs to be taken. It is a fight for all of us, as we are all impacted by corruption, whether directly or indirectly. We all must rigorously, vigorously pursue the fight against corruption. There is no room for complacency or ambivalence. The theme of the conference, towards a corruption-free Caribbean, institutions, ethics, values, trust, and morality, clearly conveys the importance that is being attached to the fight against corruption within the Caribbean region. Some of our Caribbean countries have recorded, and I guess we must all agree, disappointing scores on the Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index for 2013. My own country, Jamaica, has a ranking of 83 out of 177 countries last year. And this is a ranking that we had the year before. It is a low score that we had, 38 out of 100 being the least corrupt. I am personally disappointed that we have not recorded significant improvements in our corruption perception index. We are not the only ones. Trinidad and Tobago faces a similar profile. Suriname faces a similar profile. Guyana faces a similar profile. Haiti faces a similar profile. But I don't want this to color our impression that the Caribbean is a corrupt place. And we do have countries in the Caribbean that are doing fairly well. Barbados registered a very impressive 15th rank in the index, and we should be proud of that. They lead the way for this region. The Bahamas, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, also show results that are worthy of note. So overall, the perception of the Caribbean is mixed. We are not all doing badly, and some are doing very well. But we can see that there are serious challenges in our territories. But let's focus on the good news. I think the good news is that right across the Caribbean, governments and our civil societies are taking up the anti-corruption agenda, that they are organizing, that they are putting in place legislation, and that they are moving generally towards establishing a framework to tackle corruption. In addressing corruption, we need to apply a broad definition and a more practical definition for the boundaries of corruption. In any human organization, leadership is inevitable. By definition, leadership makes decisions on behalf of the group that affects the welfare of the entire group.
Take him away.
You're not coming back.
No, take him away. Take him away. Aaron.
I'll go on, General.
Medea, Colonel.
Blessed evening. Give me a minute. Just take time out for bless up, everyone. Tara, blessed. Yourself, the queen in the house.
All right.
Blessed and all the wonderful and beautiful, subscribers and listeners them in the chat. Blessed evening to you all.
All right.
Yes, go ahead, boss.
All right. People, remember,
Blessings
remember to do the thing when you know the thing, right? Arrow, right? Those who don't support Arrow as yet, please go over Aromatic, Realistic TV, right? And tune in, make sure you subscribe, right? Put on your notification bell so that every time Arrow running out and every time Mystic Sensation running out, right, you get our live right then and there. Please support us. We are asking.
Right, man.
You understand? Tara J Vlogs. Remember that Tara has her book that she has written, right? Tara, where book there?
See it here, right here.
All right. Remember the book, right?
Captain Freedom, available on Amazon. If you have not yet gotten a copy, by yours truly, Tara Smith, you can't miss it. See, I'm a nice forehead and nice face right there, so. Trapped in Freedom. All right. I'll tell you about the other one that will be out this month. It's a children's book.
Yes. Malako, you do your thing, Tara. Trapped in Freedom. I love it.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Now, all right. We want each take a bite out of this fruit cake here that we are just listening to. The Prime Minister, right, said two important things that when you listen to Andrew Holness, you realize that no, the Prime Minister is a professional con artist. Here's the reason why I said that. Two things I have taken away from what he had just said. One, we must all vote vigorously against corruption. You hear what the Prime Minister said? You hear what Andrew Holness said? We must, right? We all must vote vigorously against corruption. Number two, the Prime Minister also said that they are putting, right, a framework in place to tackle corruption. Now, let me remind Andrew Holness, let me remind the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me remind the Jamaica Labour Party, based on what Andrew Holness said there, putting in framework of tackling corruption. We know very well that it is Mark Golden put in, right, the bill, Integrity Commission Act, that put in law 2017 and executed in 2018 as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act. What did Andrew Holness and his 48 members of parliament, right, done? What did they do? One of the first things that they had done as it relates to what Andrew said, putting in a framework, right, to tackle corruption. The opposite, contrary, Andrew Holness put in law the integrity, the gag order, section 53, subsection 3, muzzling the investigators, right? That during an initial investigation, they cannot and should not speak on any investigation until such investigation is tabled, right? Remember, Andrew Holness, we just heard, talking about putting in mechanism, you understand, to tackle corruption. Not only, right? Drafted an impeachment bill. What did Andrew Holness do about the impeachment bill? Andrew Holness cut on it. The bill is still dead in Parliament. Now, Andrew Holness, we just listen to him talking about putting in place a framework, you understand, to tackle corruption. To tackle corruption. And it is the very same Andrew Holness putting in policies to suppress. So when we look at a prime minister who we just listen to, and hear clearly, right, when he's speaking about that we must fight corruption vigorously, then how did Andrew Holness fight corruption vigorously? By passing section 53, subsection 3, to muzzle the Integrity Commission Act and commission investigators. That's how Andrew Holness, right, fight corruption vigorously. Now, when we look at the situation of the crisis of SSL, and how Andrew Holness let government do everything to suppress the information, then you tell me, people, is this the way that Andrew Holness is fighting corruption vigorously? When Andrew Holness was in the Ministry of Education and influencing contract to go to Gavin, breaching the procurement rules, breaching the procurement guidelines. This is how Andrew Holness fighting corruption vigorously. I him say that, people. And it don't come out of my mouth, it don't come out of Tara mouth, and it don't come out of aromatic mouth. You understand? But when you understand where Mystic is saying that Andrew Holness is a political artist, me say in the Caribbean, but somebody say worldwide. So I mean, I just say go. Aaron, let us bring, ladies before gentlemen.
Yes, man.
Please take a bite out of what was just shared.
I think maybe it's in the police system when they tell you about justice must appear to be done?
Yes.
Ask Andrew how that go. If you look at even Andrew standing there on the podium, not even him no believe what come out of mouth.
No.
If you look at that man body language, all of that, and you see him, the usual meet the eye, do all of that. He's not doing that because he know you. They said your eyes is the window to your soul. You understand me? They would have read him like a book.
Mm-hmm.
And when you speak about putting things in place to muzzle people, Andrew knows best, and Andrew does that best. Because from day one, Andrew knew his intention. And from day one, he know that if push come to shove, him ass need to be covered. You understand me? Him need to have protective layers around him. And that's exactly what he did, putting in people in different positions to cover him behind.
There you go, Tara. 100% on the ball. Putting in people in respective places.
Prime
right?
positions.
Cover him. Right? Now, Arrow.
Yeah.
The cake will just share out there.
All right. First of all, the only muzzle we need is a dog muzzle for Warmington.
Yes.
See? We need a dog muzzle for him. Real dog muzzle. But first, we want to look on the code of conduct, you know.
Aye.
And none of his 49 members, you know, along with himself, did not sign the code of conduct, you know. It's kind of appalling.
Kind of?
Not kind of. Sure, we on the panel, you know, so you see, if me not nail something, me expect you to drive it to him. You understand what I'm saying? To hear these words coming out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? But he's there speaking, but while he's there, you just see that he's just going through emotion. He's lifeless. Nothing in that speech. In dead. Second thing. We want him to allow the Auditor General to do them job.
Here you go.
Him just tell me what am I deal with it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we want him to allow the Auditor General for doing job.
Yep. Yes.
And meanwhile, the Auditor General is also doing their job. I would like him to remove Paula Lowlin so when the case them go there, the people them can get charged.
Yes.
And I also want him to move Fitzbailey.
Mm-hmm.
So the court port down a Bascobel.
Mm-hmm.
The case where they go on from last year. But keep Fitzbailey can't give him closure to. We need him to move Fitzbailey, we need him to move Paula. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So we can get justice served.
But he said it, that we must fight vigorously, right, to get rid of corruption out of his mouth.
Yeah, we definitely need to get rid of those people. And if he could step aside even before them, it would even make it better. Because at the end of the day, you know, Andrew Holness is the biggest corruption, you know.
Okay.
Remember him and them boss, you know. And remember saying control the gorilla general head, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So any one of them do nothing, you know.
Yes.
You can call the gorilla general, you know.
Yes.
And say, listen to me, we need to get rid of that person. Yeah. Him and the whole of them boss.
What you call him?
The gorilla general.
Gorilla.
Yes. You understand? Him and them boss. Andrew and them boss. So anything Andrew first you have to look on because them cannot do anything without this man permission.
Yes. And you're perfectly right.
Yeah. Can I say something before you finish, Harold?
All right. Look back DT Magazine. Because we are going to step. We are going to step now. All right. Daisy Magazine, and you have taken his advice, and it's holding him accountable. Mystic Sensation Ramat.
Blessed Daisy, blessed.
He should commend you for listening to him and following his instruction. Bless
Which is
them,
right.
Daisy. Bless Sister Daisy. And that's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. Right? We are here doing just that.
But Ara said something, Byron.
Yes.
And he said that Andrew is the leader, or Andrew should step before him. And he spoke about corruption. But guess what? Uno said must lead by example. Andrew is leading. Yeah. Andrew is doing just that, leading by example. You understand me? So if a corruption, he my leader. And anything else, he's leading. Don't you see that?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Perfectly right.
Right out front in there.
Definitely.
Perfectly right, Tara. Now, Jamaican people, local and in the diaspora, where Mystic Sensation is going, what we are going to do, we are going to peel back the onion. Because now we are going to venture into KSMAC. Right? Now, we are going to show you that such municipal, right, is definitely, it is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Now, I am going to remind people, right, how important it was for the Jamaica Labour Party, right, to hold on to the KSMAC, right? Because losing that, and you have the opposition taking over, it simply means that Audit is going to pursue.
Audit are going to run. Say it what you say.
Audit is going to run. And I tell us, people, there are certain things that I am not going to speak now. And the reason why I'm not going to speak now, because I am waiting on other evidence. You know how Mystic Sensation stay now. We don't speak and we don't have the evidence. And so then this is why I'm going to hold back. Right? As it relates to that. But again, I will be on Ratigan Saturday. Right? Tomorrow. And I hope between now and then, right, some information will come in.
Is right.
So it will be interesting on Ratigan tomorrow. But anyway, people, we are going to peel back the onion as it relates to the local government election and the rupture that take place at KSMAC. People, I know I want you to remind you of this situation.
Let me tell you something, Northeast people. You understand? Because we couldn't believe say any should have been doing this. You understand? We couldn't believe say any sort of disrespect on this. And just because any of the deputy mayor, again, and Delroy Williams, I would say we are labor right regardless of war. You not do your party this, and you not do your MP this, and you not do your constituency this, not care where you want to say. That means you never the job 2020, and we are going to go down there to sign as mayor. One of them is deputy and one of them is mayor. And three of them the PMP that are swear like a seat. I have given blood clot PMP them. Because I'm taking
you pull out
I'm ready to jail PMP. Because I'm told that they are taking the PMP them and you know. Fucking labor, right?
So serious.
Never expected prior. It's a way of shunning the labor party. This are not these things. Blood clot.
That's some serious blood.
And because the blood clot greed, you see that the blood clot here, there, and you pull the blood clot draw.
Take it away.
Some wicked missile at you, man.
Take it away. Anybody get hurt?
All I know, if anybody can find her, me have a asthma pump can lend her. She want little help.
No, me trying to touch you a while ago, Arrow.
Boy, me take cover, you know.
But I want to tell the Jamaican people something.
Let me mute.
I want to tell Jamaican people something. And you will understand why it was important for Delroy Williams to go back there. It is important. People, the Jamaica Labour Party did not just put Delroy back there as deputy mayor. He has been placed here for a particular reason. And I am going to show you the particular reason why Delroy Williams has to go back there. Because he has to try his endeavor best to interrupt the process of investigation. There is no other reason, Delroy Williams is there to interrupt the process. Now, let us play this other clip as it shows the process into the corruption. Remember Andrew words, you know how to turn up the things, right? Well, the last time he checked, Arrow, I heard that we loan some cut off the knob, so not have nothing to turn up and turn down.
I have nothing to turn up and turn down.
We loan some cut off the knob.
Exactly.
Right? So if not have no knob to turn up and turn down. Now, let us deal with this as we, roll back the onion. Right? Let us lift up this clip.
Okay. All right.
All right, people, we're going through.
I just want you all to know that I have walked away from the Jamaica Labour Party. I've walked away from the KSAMC. I won't be going down there to be sworn in. I have to protect my dignity. I have to protect my values. And I have to protect my family. And the way I've been treated and disrespected, I am not having any more of it. And I've walked away. So officially, I am an independent until I return to Jamaica on the 3rd. I am leaving here tomorrow morning and I will return on the 3rd. I am tired of the disrespect and I am going no further with it. Sorry that I may have disappointed some of you in this group because I know a lot of you, look up to me and see me as somebody you can, talk to, somebody you would like to have around. But the cup is full and my heart is overflowing and my family say I should walk and I'm walking. Sorry for the disappointment I may have caused some of you, but life goes on. Okay, each and every.
Okay, people. Now, we know that he take 180 degrees turn on what he said. Because he had gotten a call and said, no, man, you can't do that. Because if you step away, right, and be an independent, People's National Party is going to have a full control. And then if People's National Party have a full control, we're not going to have anyone to interrupt the process. And you know that couple of years, we will be going to prison. Might be including you. So Arrow, he has to take it back. And in order for him to take it back, he has to know in agreement to make Delroy Williams be the deputy mayor. So guess what? The interceptor can find his true place. Because if he moves away, People's National Party has full control. And so then there will be no one to oppose Swaby. But now, Swaby has an opposer. Now, do you have anything to shoot on this arrow?
The thing about it, for a big man, you come, you bring your family in it. You know what I mean? Your family said this, so you're walking away. And then you walk it back. But I'm not surprised. You know, I see Warmington do the same thing, you know, and he just come and say withdraw it.
Yes.
You know, but them bring him around, because if you see what they're going is a lot of delay tactics.
Exactly.
Because if you notice, them try to carry it go to court.
Yes.
And the time when Swaby went for swearing, when all the other mayor them swearing, he did not swearing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what again, you know.
Yes.
So you have to see what go on, what take place, you know.
Exactly.
Because they did not know that they was going to lose the council.
No.
So them still have certain things in place.
Exactly.
So when she run down there and talk about court and count over and have to wall back and swearing in a mayor, then when still they move certain little things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You understand what I say?
You're right.
And now, so when them put him over Senti and then bring him back now, because remember him is a lapdog, you know.
Exactly.
You understand? And him the most of the thief, you know. It's not Ennis. So Ennis now dead, so Ennis now dead, so he got us come like a PMP still have control.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because Ennis don't know what to defend from what not to defend. Because I know Ennis, the thing them go through Williams.
Through Williams.
So you see them have to come so and piggyback and say, all right, nobody go down there, so come around here, so because we see so the thing gone.
Yes.
And that's the reason why them bring back him from Clarendon and carry him up, because them see so it gone.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
man.
Tara, anything on the matter? Shoot.
But Arrow hit the nail on the head, you know. And we already know that when you come out and you announce certain things, he thought that bringing up his family was a plausible reason for him to step down.
Yes.
But you and I and anybody who have sense know say somebody get a page.
Exactly.
She's right.
Yeah.
You understand? And no, say no, so it thing go, you can't just let go like that.
No, can't, because you know they are going to be fully exposed.
Yes.
At least they want some resistance.
Yes,
because you know Delroy Williams there. Delroy Williams can drug on the process, can deal with tactics and deal with all his interruption. You understand that he needs to do, because when it comes to breaching the procurement rules, right? Breaching of permits, right? We know, let's say this, that as it relates to Juliet Holness building her $800 million apartment, right? The procurement procedures, right? Permits, right? We're in breach, right? And so then all of that situation is going to be exposed. Look here, fire their most stealing on them, think I could breathe. Well, let me show the people in terms of the truth why we know that Delroy Williams is there as an interceptor. I am going to bring up the next document to prove it to us all that indeed this is the reason why Delroy Williams been there. So people, look on the reason. Bring up. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
The appointment of a political affiliate to one of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation KSAMC committees has not gone down well with the Deputy Mayor Delroy Williams. Mr. Williams is objecting to the inclusion of PNP caretaker candidate for East Rural St. Andrew, Joan Gordon-Webley, as a co-chair of a newly established committee. But Kingston Mayor Andrew Swaby insists he did nothing wrong. Jamila Maitland reports.
A decision by Chairman of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, Andrew Swaby, to deviate from including all councillors on committees is being criticized by the Jamaica Labour Party. It follows the announcement of the newly formed Clean City Coordinating Committee to be chaired by the mayor on Tuesday. People's National Party member and former executive director of the National Solid Waste Management Authority, Joan Gordon-Webley, is the co-chair.
The issues of politicizing our committees and removing elected representatives from these critical committees without any proper reason being put forward. No other reason but to create a political advantage.
Only selected councillors will sit on the committee. Deputy Mayor and Jamaica Labour Party councillor for the Searoy Division, Delroy Williams, in a statement, deemed it an indictment to exclude all the elected officials on the committee. But Mayor Swaby says councillors can still attend the meetings.
What he was suggesting in our meeting, for my side to have chairman, his side to have vice chairman, and 50-50. If I'd gone to what he's suggesting, I could not leave the room, not even answer a question from you outside, because it would have forced me here as the mayor to be here at all times.
In addition to the selected councillors, the committee is also made up with representatives from the likes of the police, the NWC, the NWA, the NSWMA, the health department, among others. Mayor Swaby contends the decision to include external stakeholders is to glean on the experts, while having councillors shoulder more responsibility in other areas. While acknowledging it is not standard practice, he says the decision is within the law.
What Mr. Williams and his side must understand, that yes, there's a time in the council as a number of council, but there is a convention that says the popular vote determines who is the mayor and who forms the government of the local authority. And he needs to accept that.
Jamila Maitland, TVJ News.
Well, he's not there to accept the established rules, policies, or guidelines. As I spoken earlier, that is there to intercept, to interrupt, to make the water muddy. Right, because that is its particular purpose. Anything on the matter, Arrow?
Yeah, the thing about it, you know, you see, through them know, so them love to break the convention.
All right.
And break the 1979 convention, the 46-year standing bipartisan in the House of Parliament, when the side that have the majority will never use that majority to interfere with our electorate system.
Yes.
But Andrew Holness does shatter that. So what the man that try to explain to him that, yo, brother, remember say your opposition in this.
Exactly.
Remember the Constitution give me the right, you know.
Exactly.
And for bring in who me want to bring in this, you know. I scared, I get scared out here about, brother.
Yes.
Relax and behave yourself, because there is not the government. Swaby is the government.
Exactly.
Your prime minister and your administration, them do everything out of the norm. Them break every rules, every law. The man is not breaking any law. Bring in Joan Gordon-Webley as a senior strategist in a them matter here. Go root up and dig up and stir up.
Yes.
Because there is no joke about this. You know?
Okay.
I tell you already. We have to have 1, 2, or 3, or 4 prosecute out of this going into the general.
Arrow.
Because the case is there to be prosecuted.
Arrow.
80 million just gone. I say spend it on municipal police.
What is the hurry? What is the hurry? What is right this hurry? Tara, take a bite out of the cake here.
Boy, I just a licking nail on the head. Boop, 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 boop. But I am convinced that some of these people are just political plants.
Yes.
They are placed in different parts and different positions to create segues. You understand me? And to put up smoke screens. And that is exactly what you see some of these people are doing. Again, people reach for things when it is convenient to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the populace who out here, many are gullible. So in that moment, whatever sounds good to them, that is what they bite into. And even though some of these people are not psychologists, they don't master the heart and they know what to feed the people, when to feed them, so it can be effective. And that is what Andrew and that is what the rest have been doing.
Exactly, Tara. Couldn't have said it any better.
That is it.
That is it. Thank you, Tara. Right? Why the panel up on fire tonight, man. Now let us show them why they are nervous. And not only what I'm going to display, but many similarities that are going to be revealed. So let us show one of such reasons why they are nervous. Okay. All right. Why are they Muslims stealing them? Now, all right, so documents coming up here, 200.
Yep. Now let me double check. Yep.
Yes. Here. So when we said people, we are serious in terms of tracking the corruption, right? And we know that the Jamaica Labour Party their backs are against the wall. Their backs are against the wall. New leadership to request audit of alleged 88 million overspend on salaries at the KSMAC. People, when you come look on this. The new chairman of the Finance Committee of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSMAC, has alleged that the former administration spent more than 80 million above the approved budget for salaries. Dennis Garden, the People's National Party councillor for the Maxfield Park Division, who currently heads the KSMAC's Finance Committee, has indicated that he will be inviting the Auditor General's Department to conduct an audit into the operations of the previous Jamaica Labour Party GLP administration. At our first meeting, we asked for a forensic audit of not just the account, but also the processes. There were a lot of breaches that occurred. One I can tell you off the cuff, 88 million was added to the payroll without any approval. How can that happen? How can this happen? He said at a press conference following today's KSMAC council meeting. God also accused Delroy Williams led administration of mobilizing the office of the city inspector. He did not detail the issues which led him to that conclusion. With the agreement of Mayor Andrew Swaby, God said a letter requesting the audit will be sent to the Auditor General after the next meeting of the Finance Committee on April 25th. We will want to see the date coming up. We are here not for wish hunt. We are here to clarify what is Worship Mayor Swaby is going to preside over. Of course, you need to check what you are going to preside over. He said, there are things that we must do, as we have said we will do, because as we have said, it is the people's business, and we are going to manage the affairs with transparency, credibility, accountability, he added. PNP President Mark Golding had previously shared his support for the auditing of municipalities which were led by GLP mayors. It is important that the new incoming councillors take stock of what they have inherited, what has or has not been done in those councils under the leadership of the previous dispensation. So I expect all of our councils where there has been a change, that there will be a review, a careful review, maybe even an audit of what has been going on before. Golding told reporters during the swearing-in ceremony for Mayor of Portmore, Leon Thomas. Take that away. I mean, come on. With common sense as it relates to handing over and taking over procedure, particularly when it comes to government entity, Tara. Right? You want to know that you take stock of what? Your predecessor. Right? It's handing over. You, the successor, has to be making sure that you balance the issue, right, as it relates to transparency. These are government agencies, right? And so then, that process needs to be done. Anything you have to say on it, Tara?
You just read something, and I don't know if those who were listening really understand what it is about and understand the depth of the corruption that we are facing.
Thank you.
And one thing I said, this man operates, as my husband would say, as somebody with impunity.
Definitely.
Big brawling, as they say, and blatant.
Blatant.
And I think that is what stands out more than anything, because we are not new to corruption. But a lot of times we have to pull this and pull, we have to chop the grass to see the snake. This snake is right on top of the grass.
Mm-hmm. He's not hiding.
No?
You're not hiding. In plain sight. Comes with a level of entitlement.
Yes.
Right? And that is the matter. Thank you, Tara, for that. Arrow.
Yeah. So, you said, I will call you back in a bit. 88 million.
Yes.
Without approval.
Without approval.
It's a trend. It's a trend. We don't see 400 mil pay for abandoned building. 1.7 trillion gone. It's a trend, man.
And you know what? We have to look on Arrow, the permanent secretaries, right, for the various portfolios. They need to look into. They need to be looked into, because it would be the permanent secretary, right, that angled all accounting documents and it relates to payouts and all of that. So when you have situations like these, right, for the permanent secretary, right, that particular portfolio affected, right, need to give some clarity.
Because Remember the permanent secretary
Yes.
cannot step over Delroy head.
Yes.
Delroy would give the go ahead.
Yes.
And then she will sign the check.
So this is what I'm saying. That she would have identified, or she or he would have identified the breaches.
Yes.
Right? But still allow that without approval.
But did they send it over?
It's what I'm saying. They
to the parliament.
Yeah, exactly.
Did they send it over to, because at the end of the year, at the end of every fiscal year, they need to file this and send it in.
Yeah, but while we're talking that, right, they are saying that it did not get approval. So they avoid certain process.
Yeah.
They avoided certain process.
It's just criminality. That's it.
It's a straight out criminality.
Straight criminality. Because they avoid all of the law abiding process. So it now going to get over there, so. Because there is nothing to get over there, because it's just criminality. That's not supposed to show. Because them never know them go lose it, right?
Exactly. And so here now, you have a problem, serious problem. Now, let us put up the next clip. Right? And I want to say something here, people, in terms of where I'm going next. Right? Now, Tara fall off. Okay.
Byron, before you go on, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
In this matter,
yes,
is the political ombudsman could have a say?
Yes.
Because the political ombudsman can go anywhere,
yes,
run an investigation at any time,
yes,
and any government, parliamentarian, public servant,
yes,
computer, anything, and if the ombudsman find anything off, they can call in the police.
Yes.
So I don't see why we dash for the ombudsman, man.
Exactly. and then the ombudsman also, again, understand, can alert the DPP, because remember, the DPP is the lead prosecutor of the country, right?
Yeah.
So as it relates to the prosecutorial system, Paula Llewellyn, is the person that heads that, right? She has the ultimate power as it relates to the prosecution, right? She has the ultimate power. Hold on, let me just take this caller. Yes, caller, go ahead. You're live on Mystic Sensation.
I just want to stress a point with regards of the committee that the chairman of the KSMAC announced.
Okay.
The chairman, if you look on the body of the group of people that he announced, the group of people are people who really deal with what it is regarded for councils to perform.
Okay.
And if not, it gives the councillors more time to perform in their division. Give the people them what they want in terms of support. It's time that we move away from traditional old-time things, because everybody is asking for independent people so that they can have trust in the political process.
Agree with you.
So nothing wrong with what the mayor has done.
Exactly.
It is about credible people, which all the organizations that the people have drawn from have something to do with service towards the people.
Mm-hmm.
So all he has to do is to ensure that those people that he put on the committee performs for the people. so that there's no sabotage in whatever should be done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just put you there into a chair to go and talk. It's plan and plan of action. So is that, remember, the JLP is a party of destruction.
Exactly.
So anything you do in order to move forward, they will always find ways to distract people. You know, they always like to say things that move away from the relevancy of what should be done.
You're perfectly right.
So I think that is a good move. One of the first steps to show that independency, that's the only way you can move corruption. And when you put people that you think is full of independency, not performing, you remove them. Because we, the people, must understand that we have the power in our hands. We're waiting on too much 4 years and 5 years and not dealing with real performance. You know, we have a prime minister who is very deceitful. He's very full of deceptions. He has one of the greatest assets in terms of reverse psychology. Say things, and because the way our English language said, he come back and said, that is not what we mean. Like you tell somebody, say, spell here, and he never understand which one, and he spell A-I-R. When you did one, H-A-I-R. So that is how Andrew operates. So at this present moment, the last thing I have to say, just give orders to what the new mayor do and watch the performance of the people who he put in position.
Exactly.
And we must run that audit and ensure that we start to show the people them that we are party of difference and we are for the people, of the people, and we will always give the people what they want. And let them understand governance in a simple way. Remove corruption and everybody. Because when you look on Westmoreland and you're talking about water, we have too much rivers. Everywhere where we have rivers, we should have wells. And when, in terms of politics, the politicians should know exactly what the people them need. Because them have a voters list. Them canvass off the voters list. In every PD, every division, they're supposed to know all who suffer from water, all who suffer from bad road. So, you know what politicians will do when they are canvass? Canvass with a measuring wheel. So that when you canvass with the measuring wheel, you know how much kilometer road supposed to fix. You know how much kilometer pipe need to lay. You know what the people them want. And we give the people them service.
Exactly.
Because that's what they vote for, service. All we have to do, the general is coming up, get rid of the Christmas government, the Santa Claus government, that wait until Christmas, you go hand out gifts. Because near Christmas is election time.
PR stunt.
People with goodies and sweeties.
All right.
So we have to get rid of that type of government and get a government that is not corrupt, that's full of integrity and stand for the people feelings.
All right. Well said, my brother.
Okay.
All right. Blessings. And big up yourself. All right. Okay. So yes, we heard the caller there, and he had where he had spoken about we should have a system where we don't have to wait, Arrow, on election every 5 years before we can get out, right?
Yes.
A member of parliament who is not performing.
Yes.
And that is one of the reasons why Mark Golding. So people need to see that Mark Golding mean this country good. And that is what Mark Golding is saying. The time that you're going to take and wait for 5 years before you can vote out someone who is not performing, right? Or someone who be unethical, right? And certain things, right? Then you could use the impeachment act. If you could use the impeachment act, if that pass, right?
Yeah, which is right. Yep.
And so then that is one of the reasons why Andrew Holness is not going there, because he knows very well that he's corrupt.
And a lot of them,
sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
a lot of them would get rejected by the people.
Yes.
Because even right now, I think all the member, I think they control Westmoreland, right?
Yes.
It's got Westmoreland have what? Three MPs?
Yes.
And I think they have the 3 MP in Westmoreland, right?
Yes.
But because of the lack of performance, I think the people in Westmoreland right now would have called back. Because there is no service.
No service.
People are not getting any service. And one of the things, as I say, what Swaby do and what Mark do, it's a breath of fresh air.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Knowing that you know have this labor right PMP councillor who sit on the meet and does it. And I would like to see it reach a stage where we the people vote for the Speaker of the House.
Exactly.
We the people vote for the DPP. We the people vote for the Commissioner of Police.
You touch a critical point, because I personally believe that those positions are supposed to be independent from the politics.
They're supposed to be independent, Byron, not supposed to tie up in the parties.
Exactly. Right? Because the Speaker of the House is going to be biased as it relates to the government that she's representing, not the people.
Not the people.
You understand? So we want, right, a Speaker of the House, and you see, within those constitutional reform, right? That's why we need a constitutional reform, you know. But again, we don't want Andrew Holness-led government to do this.
Listen to me, man. If that man they give nothing free, me no want it. Me no want it. The man just need for go on.
Yes.
We don't want nothing from the man, you know. We don't want nothing. It come like, you know, understand and see what they go on. You come with your goodies and you come with your money, brother. The people, them not want it, brother. Because me I watch the clip and me just watch the clip and you did this, but me I tell you, say, when me listen to man, to be honest, me not listen to them, you know. Honestly, you know, me can't stomach the brother. I can't digest it because me going toxic my cranium with lies. Can't do that, brother.
I mean, we know they are genuine lies.
No, brother, we can't do that anymore, brother.
Lies, deception, and all of that.
Yeah, man.
So, you're biting anything out of this here?
Oh my God. When Arrow spoke about it a while ago.
Yes.
I had to laugh because this is something that I've always said. There are certain positions that I think should be independent of a party, because when it comes to that critical decision, I don't think these people can really look at it and come from an objective point of view. There's always going to be a bias. So I think those positions that Arrow spoke about should not be politically appointed. And I want to go a step further and talk about even the Minister of Education.
You understand critical, yeah, these are critical areas.
Yes. Those areas, I don't think you need to be politically aligned. I think what you need to do is be qualified.
Yes.
And not just qualified, because what is also happening with these positions is that you have people who may qualify by years of service and whatever degree or lack thereof. that they get, but they are not competent. So that is another thing that we need to look at. Where do we draw the line between qualification and competence?
Yes. Well, all right. We are going to draw the line on the next clip between honesty and criminality. On the next clip, we want to draw the line between honesty and criminality. So without any further ado, people, let me draw the line between honesty and criminality. Yeah. All right. Draw the line, Arrow.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Draw the line between honesty and criminality.
People who know me know that I don't carry a grudge. I don't carry a grudge. But I'm human. So I, of course, I my head in disgust at what was being said and what was being done. And I was also disappointed in Peter Phillips, a man who I had great respect for, someone who I had a very good relationship with his family and his children and his grandchildren. I know his son Mikhail fairly well, and I know Mikhail's children fairly well. They used to go to school with my children. So when I saw this kind of personal attack about me building a house in Beverly Hills and where I got the money from, I was really taken aback, because I was never one to be involved in anything untoward. So I just thought that it was unbecoming of him, because I held him in a higher order of esteem. And I think he has disappointed me and let me down personally in terms of his behavior. It shows a kind of desperation and power hungriness that Jamaica does not need at this time. We decided to do what was more economical and what made sense. So with all these stones, we built walls, which makes sense. And some of the figures I've heard bandied about, ridiculous, because when you come to think of it, 90% of the cost of the stone wall is the excavation first and the stones. Now I had to excavate anyway, and when I excavate, I got stones. So the cost of the wall is minimal. Cements to joint the stones, and cement, sand, and gravel to joint the stone. That's it. And I think that managing the project ourselves saved a lot of cost. People don't know this, but I actually laid some of the stones. I spent in the early time some, supervising the work. My wife was there most of the time. It was very interesting. It made me, you see me losing a lot of weight and looking slim, and a lot of that was actually walking up and down the hill and supervising and mixing concrete. And people don't know this either, that I did woodwork at school as my technical subject, so I have a little knowledge of carpentry, and I found it a great relaxation.
Arab. Yeah. Arab. We are Arab.
Yeah.
We are Arab.
Why? So we was talking about stonework.
Yes.
He's saying learn woodwork.
Yes. Yes.
Woodwork, you say learning.
Yes.
And we are talking about stonework and like a sand and like a cement, and then do this. Yes. And then disappointed in Peter Phillips and Michael Phillips and in children them. Yeah, but you see politics are not friend thing. Politics is all about service.
Yes.
So Peter Phillips no friend thing. Peter Phillips just call you out because him say him want you come tell the country or you come buy that money there why I use build the house.
Yes.
You understand? Because remember, the man broke, the man have nothing,
Yes.
The man leave university or student loan.
Mm-hmm.
You go work charity.
Mm-hmm.
You go to politics 2007.
Mm-hmm.
But you open bank book with 47 million.
Mm-hmm.
Charity I come from, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What student loan, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I say? So Peter Phillips was questioning his motive and want him to explain to the Jamaican people how you come by this house upon the hilltop. Me no grudge your boss.
Yes.
I no grudge your boss. The people them put me there to serve. You understand? So by me doing my work and working on behalf of taxpayers of Jamaica, you tell me so you're disappointed in me. Like a friend thing. Brethren, we know in no friend thing with your brethren. Taxpayers not in no friend thing. Taxpayers want service.
Exactly.
And Peter Phillips was giving the service.
Exactly.
But the Jamaican people them again get blindsided.
Yes.
Because they are not wearing blinders. They are like, they come and ask them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You understand? Run up and down all over the place and now listen.
Yes.
And when Phillips they try point them in other position, yeah, and they show them say, listen, me man, this is trouble going forward.
Mm-hmm.
This man is compromised.
Mm-hmm.
By who is compromised, I don't know, but there is trouble going forward for Jamaica.
Yes.
Them continue and they say, oh, bro, God, young people time clocks, pan foot and ray, and them run with it.
Mm-hmm.
And see what happened now.
Exactly.
It costs because a lot of people don't know. Andrew Holness and the administration is compromised.
Yes.
When you are compromised, the international audience, why you hear them always they try to please, because remember they not talk for the little people, you know.
Yes.
You talk for the international audience.
Exactly.
For them to hear you. Now you draw the conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
If you are talking to the international audience, that simply means you are compromised to them.
Mm-hmm.
You get where I go?
Yes.
You're compromised to them because if you take a little piggyback,
yes,
the Samoa,
yes,
you didn't speak with us, knowing that you're going to shift our culture from what we believe in.
Exactly. Hold the thoughts, Aaron. Let me just answer the phone now. Hold the thoughts. Yes, caller, you're on the line, live. Go ahead.
Yes, good night. Good night.
Good night.
I am watching the program. Very interesting.
Thank you.
As usual. And you know, as always, I'm just encouraging your team.
Yes.
To continue to spread the word, because I mean, without you guys, a lot of the things that we are learning right now, we would not have known a lot of them, because the mainstream media that we would normally depend on for information, it seemed like they gone to sleep.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, I have learned that the media is now a part of the office of the Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Oh yes, you're right. You're correct.
So you know, you can just imagine how silent they have to be. But I want to look at a situation that I see happening with the water situation in Jamaica. And the government, it would seem, using this drought situation to facilitate itself and to deny certain people of this commodity.
That's exactly what they are doing.
There's a black drum thing that I hear them talking about. And I saw where some of those drums were delivered to an individual. Quite a number of them.
I think roughly about 25.
And, somewhere in that figure. And I made to understand that the person has been selling some of them.
that information is correct.
My question is, if we can go back to the current Spencer saga, what's the difference with that from the difference now? Why aren't we hearing about this man selling the drums that he's supposed to be giving away? Why are we hearing about some kind of prosecution against him?
That is plain corruption. I mean, remember who is the DPP?
Exactly, but sir, I keep hearing about the role of the DPP. This individual, this lady, is put in that office by someone who the people vote for. And in order to get rid of her, we have to get rid of that someone in that office. So she's there when she should be home, sitting down, relaxing, as far as her age and her time in that office is concerned. Because when you look at the amount of time that that woman is spending in the office, she is really not doing service to the rest of people that is in that office who should be climbing the ladder right now.
Okay.
By the time she decided to walk away, most of those people have gone into retirement. Yeah.
Yes.
So something is definitely wrong, and as the discussion says that there are offices in Jamaica today that the government or the prime minister should not be the one to choose who sits in those chairs. Because definitely he's going to choose somebody who's going to be loyal to him, especially this Mr. Andrew Holness.
And here you go.
That's the way he's going. If you can't do what I want, you cannot be in any of the offices.
And believe it, that's exactly how it is.
And I can remember when Edward Siaga won one of his elections. Young Joseph Manley was working with the government of Jamaica. And Mr. Siaga fired him from the job because, according to him, the guy was in too much of a sensitive area. So
all right.
It's not now the labor rights are doing these kind of things. We, the people, and I say we, the people, we have sat down and watched them do these things over the years, and it has become now a big sore foot.
Exactly.
All of us.
All right.
All of us. So we have to look out
exactly
our eyes and
all
make
right.
some very determined decision.
All right, Carla. Thank you for the input. Right? Because
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. You're welcome, sir.
Thanks.
Have a wonderful
Yeah,
weekend.
and thanks as usual to the
Blessings.
panel, and you keep up the work.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, Aro. Can you go ahead and just finish your point? Sorry about
I was just saying, you know what I mean, the Samoa agreement, and you know that is out of our culture.
Exactly.
Understand? Exactly. You're going to push something on us now.
Yes.
You know, we don't even sit us down and we reason through this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's
collect the money and sell we out.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said compromise, Byron, and these aids, these foreign aids, aid that is coming into Jamaica. Who is these aids for?
Exactly.
Who is these aids for? Because it is not spending on the people of Jamaica.
We are not seeing it.
But the aid still coming.
Yes. The
So
COVID-19 funding, we are not seeing it, right? How that spent, right? So a lot of irregularities.
So if you look at the strategy the strategy, oppressive regime,
Yes.
autocratic,
Yes. Definitely.
whose interests
Yes.
is this aid is about?
Well, politician interest, of course. Not too worry about that. Right? Street in their pocket. And the interest, what you have to look as it relates to what you are talking about, right? The interest of capitalism, right? So
That's
that's where you're going, Ara. I know that's where you're going.
That's where it is.
That's where it is.
Because
I know that's where you're going.
right? Because at the end of the day, the capitalists
yes
have their function.
Yes.
And the aid
yes
is to make sure you do the little what you do to bring out our product.
Definitely.
Because at the end of the day, if the aid was for the people,
yes,
and you see the condition that the people are in, our roads are deplorable.
Yes.
The education system is sinking. Our farming is in the ground. Our hospital is in the ground.
Yes.
Then why would you still giving us aid? Aid was for the people.
Exactly.
You see where we're going?
Exactly. All right. What about that bit? All right. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead. Oh, go on, sister. Blessings.
You're straight, sir. You got me star behind the echo.
Bless her. Bless her.
Listen me, I know.
Yes.
From out of Jamaica.
All right.
It's listen what me say now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to teach me no alaro. It's a ledge.
Well, you use the word alleged, so we are giving the pass.
Yes. That no public servant will be getting paid.
Oh.
Yes, me and that out
So every time I call them, I can't get there.
Yeah, we know about that.
When you phone in back, you know you have a man.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay.
But it is not allegation. It is not allegation. It is fact. It is fact.
Okay.
It is no allegation. So I can say that.
So now, with all this big nose man, same love people and he love this. How comes that man is the brightest and this a liar the one I was send out the uncle? How come him are the brightest finance minister and him never see that?
No, the reason why he went, the reason why he was wrong is just because him just used the algorithm. Maybe he could have used something. Yeah, the algorithm. Him use the algorithm. Him use the algorithm and the mayor St. Thomas formula. That's why that happened.
He should have used a slim thing with him. that he should have used.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That he should have used.
Yes.
No,
Algorithm.
I want you and Aaron explain this to me.
Yes.
I'm in a class. This Samura, Sawa, whatever other, what it is.
Huh.
Honestly, my son been asking when I cannot explain it.
Okay.
And I need to explain it to him. Because him watching it to him and said, Mummy, and he said this and course with the course and that schooling go them and tell him shit him and tell him guess what? Me I hold me can't hold it now. If big nose man win back this election there now. If I'm 3 bad, me I go me and my mother.
Yes.
So I say one. So tell me what it is. If you can in a short.
Okay.
Quick we understand.
So basically, these are institutions in terms of assist with certain donations and so forth and so forth. However, before they can do that, there are certain agreement, right, that that particular country who is going to receive that assistance, right, need to agree with, and they normally connect it with humanitarian issues as it relates to having being sensitized as it relates to, you know, the should I yes, some yes. Yeah, I'm just trying to, you know, all right. So since I let you go, I let you go. You understand? So it is about those awareness, which I think that the Prime Minister should have dialogue with, you know, with all of us, and you know, might be, you know, some voting on it and see how people feel towards it right before we proceed down that line. But obviously we weren't a part of the decision making. You understand? Because he wants to support the capitalist, and of course because of his personal greed, because many of those donations, right, and funding, right, I mean, it is not reaching the common people, as what Aromatic is saying, right? And so then, I mean, we suffer at the end now in terms of allowing certain, it is in plain English, you understand, this is something that go against our culture, right?
We know I say in our house and over in Jamaica.
Yes.
But what are you saying? That if we see a wedding now, so two woman, yes, 2 man are married. That's rich.
Boy, I'm a piece of party, so. Arrow.
When PJ, happy birthday, PJ, happy belated birthday.
Blessings, PJ.
And yeah, PJ Patterson, happy belated birthday. Then discriminate the man there. And then say this and then say that and then give name and him at this. And this. So how this your man you know? How this your man you come down from side we made it? Brother.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Me from my heart. If me the 20 years younger, I have a little boy, I would have stopped the war in Jamaica. This man is out. This man is rude. If you want to sign the agreement team and in Bigfoot wife. And pity them. No, you know, can't respond to people life. If you notice, may I tell you something about Jamaica now. If you walk on the street, you barely see a pregnant mother. Barely see a pregnant mother. I think if you check the hospital, the birth rate is way down there. So.
Yes.
So you tell me now, say, after we dead God and little people when they dead God, I'm going to do done so. And do all this. Let me tell you something.
Sad, really sad.
Pack your bag and leave. I never left so easy like I think about a pan bread. How we going to dig up every part of you. You're too wicked, man. That agreement to make our people will stand up. Now, because we know that we call name OBC, there's another party, feel up and away, whatever. Keep that to yourself, brother. Make people grow. I want choose. But not put it in people's face like a good thing. Imagine me and my son, and me I look say my coming with a little girl and me get a grand with man. Sure.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's sad.
That part sad, brother. Adjective can't describe it.
Exactly.
There's no adjective to that.
Totally agree with you, sister love. Totally agree with you.
Next thing again, I need a research, you know. We want you to find the tape when our great leader passed, Mr. Manley, in funeral, when his body lied in state, and Mr. Seaga funeral, when his body lied in state. We want you to play 2 quick silence like Miss Anne-Marie.
Okay.
And show people the respect mental man they get to the empty casket when I go on with Seaga.
All right, I'm going to do it, you know. I'm going to do it.
Man, the casket open wide. Those who have IPC, See last at him. And Sierra casket couldn't open.
Yes.
And Andrew Holness, Sierra casket couldn't open. You never get no casket.
All right.
You never get none.
All right.
You're wicked. It's a leg that Sierra and you mean shit before and then. But you
Wow.
are damn fear where you have sense. You is a wicked big nose man.
There you go.
Anyway, with that.
Bless you, sister. Bless you.
You see, man, we're in a from Miss Curtis.
Yes.
You sacrifice Miss Curtis. But them are going to sacrifice your Wosara. Remember me tell you. Because anyhow, they say, hey, and you say, why? God, you're God.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, hey, and you say, no man, you're mad. You and your family, God. Remember, bad man testing out. But they want the land in our
All right. All right, sis. All right. Yeah, man.
All right. Whatever. And them know say,
Exactly. All right. All right. Let's number 7, Mrs. Arrow. The thing about the Samoa agreement, right? It is so intrusive to me in terms of, you know, where now you take it now and you've gone into the school system with this.
That's what I'm saying. Without any consultation, you know what I mean? You don't have no dialogue, no engagement. That's why I'm pointing out to the authoritarian, brother. That's for the thing there, brother.
That's for the thing there. Right? Tara, right? You finished, Arrow, in terms of
no, but we tell us wait there. So as you were saying, the aid that is coming in.
Yes.
If our infrastructure is in deplorable condition.
Yes.
Our school.
Yes.
It's gone. Our hospital. Our agriculture. Gone. The question what we have to ask, whose interests these aid are coming in for, Byron?
Well, the interest is going to please, you understand, capitalism, you know, capitalist, you know. You understand what I said? So it's not like, okay, what people need to understand, and that is one of the reasons why it relates to PSOJ and the Jamaica Labour Party. You understand that tie with capitalists. And
the direct foreign investors.
Yes, it was a fundamental reason why them crushed democratic socialism. But I'm going to show people, Tara, you have anything to bite on this as it relates to the Samoa agreement? What is your input on it?
Well, I am in agreement with you guys, you know, because some of these things seems like it's just self-gratification. You understand me? Some of these, and when it comes to certain things and even systems that are put in place, the people who really is going to affect are the people who they expect to carry the mantle when it comes to certain things. They are in no correlation with these people. There's no dialogue has been had to say, okay, since you already take the step that you are going to do this, but at least let us get a piece in. At least let us say this. At least let us guide you, because we are the people on the ground. All these people want is some minions where they can come and give instructions, no questions asked, and you just run and do whatever bid that they give you to do. You understand me? And it's all going to amount to nothing.
Nothing. Exactly. You know, powerful point there.
Exactly.
Now we have seen.
Thank you for that super chat, Stella. I really appreciate
that.
that.
Bless up yourself, Stella.
Bless up yourself.
Now we have seen that the Prime Minister of Jamaica is really in what we call a dire strait. The Prime Minister is in a pickle, right? And we could even phrase it to say the Prime Minister is in the center of a fire. Because guess what? The Prime Minister 2021 statutory declaration has not been certified. The Prime Minister's 2022 statutory declaration, or as we know it, has not been certified. Now, the more serious situation is coming now where you have 2023, right, statutory declaration coming up. And it is going to be really a terrible news again, right? That is not going to be certified either. It is showing the entire nation, right, the entire country, right, the entire Jamaican people, that something fundamentally wrong. And guess what? I'm going to play as it relates to what Mark Golden has to say about this, because this is serious. We just cannot have the Prime Minister wanting, right, to take on a third term, not signing the code of conduct, and having issues as it relates to his statutory declaration not being certified. So stand by. Hear what Mark Golden has to say in that regards.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. People, I am telling you, for people who believe that Mark Golden, you understand, is going to make things slide. Mark Golden is not going to make anything slide. Mark Golden is indeed a leader as it relates to transparency, checks and balance, a leader with integrity. So anyone who is speaking and try to, wonder if Mark Golden, right, has an integrity issue. Mark Golden is taking it to them. Mark Golden wants to clean up Jamaica. Mark Golden, right, based on his influence, right, craft the Integrity Commission Act, right, that passed, right, in 2017 and executed 2018, and not only stopped there, but, right, he drafted impeachment bill so that, we don't have to wait on 5 years as it relates to a politician corrupt his or herself, but there is a process put in place, right, so that politician can be impeached, right, and removed from office. Mark Golden wants to do that, and people, Andrew Holness, right, is going contrary of that. So why Jamaican people following down the road as it relates to where Andrew Holness is going? What, you don't want checks and balance, right? You don't want to have a Prime Minister with integrity, right? Where that can take us on the world map, you understand, and sell us, right? That Jamaican people are credible people as a result of the Prime Minister's behavior, right? People overseas just looking at Jamaica in terms of the worst way, right? It is the Prime Minister affecting the brand of Jamaica. The Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, is affecting the brand of Jamaica. So let us read. Golden wants Holness disqualified from future election if statutory declaration remains uncertified. I mean, you have your statutory declaration, Mark. You understand? Every year, you put it in on time, and every year, your statutory declaration certified. And here you have someone that talk about morals and that talk about ethics and that talk about we must fight vigorously, you understand, against corruption. We must fight vigorously against corruption, and this is what they are doing. Opposition leader Mark Golden has suggested that Prime Minister Andrew Holness should not contest another election unless his statutory declaration is certified. People, anybody who agreed in our chat on the type in yes. We want to see all of the people them typing yes if them agree with what Mark Golding is saying right here. Opposition leader Mark Golding has suggested that Prime Minister Andrew Holness should not contest another election unless its statutory declaration is certified. On type in yes. Who agree type in yes? You understand? Because our integrity will set. Certain categories of public officials and workers, including the Prime Minister and opposition leader, are required to file their statutory declaration to the Integrity Commission every year and have it certified. I don't know why Andrew Holness 3 years consecutively can't get him certified. And yet, I don't know why he can't get it certified. The reason why he can't get it certified, because all of a sudden, Andrew Holness, a stone cutter and stone crafter, you understand the amount of stone one can lay. You see why he can't get it certified? Because he knows you have to have special cutter and skillful craftsmen. And all of a sudden, Andrew Holness do woodwork and carpentry at school. And all of a sudden, he turned stone cutter. This me back foot. You see why he can't? This is the reason why he can't get certified. Because if we were maintained, you understand, to do carpentry, then it wouldn't have nothing to do with stone cutting, but should have everything to do with stone cutting. It can't get certified. Kiss me neck back. Mr. Golding noted that the IT reportedly still has issues relating to the Prime Minister declaration. Oh, I mean, it still have to have issue. The IT still have to have issue. Right? Speaking at a press briefing today, Mr. Golding said until the Prime Minister's statutory declaration is certified, he should be disqualified from re-election. Talk to the DPP about that. Talk to the DPP about that. Remember now, St. Kitts DPP show Paula Llewellyn and show Paula Llewellyn say, the St. Kitts DPP no mingle with corruption. And she's not going to put her office in any disrepute. What the St. Kitts DPP do? The 9 corrupted members, right, and politicians, what the St. Kitts DPP do? Push them out as the public see them here. What Paula Llewellyn do? Right? 3 consecutive years, you're going to have Andrew Holness statutory declaration and Paula Llewellyn sit and await for statute of limitation. Paula Llewellyn, you need to leave and walk, leave and come out of the office. Walk and come out of the office, man. Come out of the office and go on. Right? People don't hear what Mark Golding have to say.
Not just 1 year, but more than 1 year of those statutory declarations remain uncertified. No satisfactory reason has been given by the Prime Minister for this. And quite frankly, in any self-respecting democratic system, that should disqualify him from putting himself forward for any renewal of office. We have heard nothing from him of any substance as to why his statutory declarations are not certified. And indeed, we're about to have to file again. We're in the filing period now for the 2023 year. And the cloud remains over the Prime Minister for prior years. Very unsatisfactory.
Check with this. Check with this. I'm not done with her yet. I'm not done with her yet. Now the St. Kitts DPP said, the statutory time as it relates to you, right? File your statutory declaration. Nine of these persons, right, when contrary to that, breach the guidelines. And what the St. Kitts DPP do? Call them out and ensure that they have been charged and bring them before the court. What did the DPP do? What does the DPP do? Aaron, take a bite and fight before I move. What did the DPP do?
She's corrupt, you know.
Okay.
She's corrupt and she's compromised.
Okay.
The only case that she can win are the youth them from the ghetto and the garrison.
All right. Please
she can't win no other case.
No high profile case. Most of the high profile cases lost it.
Not at all. It's what I mean. It's just clear to show every day we talk about it, but we just have to talk about it so that there is 2 justice system. Yes. You know what I mean? There is 2 justice system where you understand the man who up a garden house go pick some ackee. You know what I mean? You send him to prison. You understand? But the Prime Minister can't give account, you know, because remember, you know, the 1.7 trillion, you know. Remember, I said the Prime Minister office in it, you know.
Okay.
The Prime Minister office in it, you know.
Can you imagine?
There is no thief in where they take place. Why man not get peace out of it, you know? That is how greedy. That is how greedy. That is how greedy the man is, you know, brother. There is nothing what they go on, what the man name no in a, if a land, in name in it. If a truck what they carry something down a backside, in name in it. If a water truck, them in it. You understand what I say? So it's soon like the man them soon buy off Jamaica and just kick we off. Of the wholeness, Jamaica of the wholeness.
Why? Well, only here. Now, Tara, what you have to say as it relates to the Prime Minister's statutory declaration venturing to the third year, right? Consecutively, and none cannot be certified.
That was strategically done. It's not a coincidence. Strategically done, because isn't there a time frame in which you should submit and allow due diligence?
Yes.
And did he do it on time?
No.
Strategically done. And I said that
every year you have a problem with him.
Yeah, man. Something I'm do. That is from the year before. Him already done tell himself said this year I same treatment. Different year, same treatment. You understand? As I heard Arrow spoke about Miss Gappy. The one with the gap teeth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Compromised long time. Compromised long time. And right now she's a mudslinger. I'm a dirt she a play.
All right. There you go. There you have it, Tara. Thank you for that input. All right. What did they? Yes, Carla, you're on the Mystic Sensation Live.
Good evening to you and your panelists.
Thank you.
Blessed evening.
You know,
good evening.
I'm just calling to say that Jamaica is known as a country of 9-day wonders. And I don't know if you could be one of them to keep some of these issues on the front burner. I mean, for example, the Ian Fleming Airport, like 12 duffel bags of cocaine was found and Fitzdaily in this happened in September 2022, and Fitzdaily came out in March of 2023 and says that he has the persons and somebody will be arrested, but he's just working on some legal papers. I mean, that excuse or explanation, I mean, it's unbecoming. Normally, if it was a man, as you guys say below, crossroads, these people, they would pick them up and arrest them and then go find evidence after. You know, he says he knows the people who has done or are implicated for charges, but some legal paperwork
rubbish
is being it's being dealt with. But that was from March 2023, you know, sir. And now it's April 2024, and we don't hear not even one person who is charged. You know, I mean, and so much things are happening in Jamaica that as soon as one issue come up, it overshadows the next one. But things like these must always be on the front burner, because it's not right that all of us know if it's below crossroads, somebody would have brought to books a long time.
You're so correct.
Aromatic said, all the panelists, including yourself and the lady in the black and beyond the
Tara.
echo.
Yes, beyond the echo.
So, you know, I mean, programs like yours must keep these things on the front burner.
Thank you, my brother.
I just like to also bring attention to the murder of a man in the Prime Minister's lawyer's home. No 4th century, 19 stabbed, 1 gunshot, him dead. And Fitzdaily said, Patrick Daly is not a suspect.
Well,
I mean, that is ridiculous. The man who should be the prime suspect, he said that he needs bed rest. And he has been arrested for 5 years and we don't hear anything. Same thing is going to happen to, I hear him, Royal Reid.
Mm-hmm.
When he implicates him helper, and she had to come out and say she had nothing to do with it. Our boss tell her, our boss wife tell her for the account and blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to arrest that lady, and they found out that no, she never really have anything to do with it. And the people have something to do with it. They are running the clock, my brother.
Exactly.
We are talking about SSL. The Minister of Finance came out and said FBI was
investigating
on this case, and it will fall with them. And we have not gotten a report from the government or FBI about the progress. We not asked them for the details, you know. We'll just tell us what is happening to SSL and the people's money.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
We have a report, man. We have a crawl report.
I mean, on the last point, I don't want, but I feel so.
Yeah, man.
Cut up.
Express yourself, man. Express yourself.
The illicit enrichment thing. No, these people could very well be putting up themselves for re-election, and nobody knows who they are. I mean, Jamaica is a real country.
Crazy.
Well, Aromatic knows that Jamaica is not a real country.
That's right. We have fight to bring it back, you know?
In a forceful way.
Yes.
That really needs to be said. But what I'm just asking your program to do, though,
yes,
is keep these issues on the front burner. I know you have so much thing to talk about that, but we can't afford for Lego these things.
And you're right. You're perfectly right.
Every week you come and you talk about a new issue. Every single day something new come up in the public domain. But it can't overshadow these things, and the people in the high places keep getting away with murder. It can't work. We're counting on you guys to keep a tab on it and ask the questions if somebody answer.
Exactly.
Well, my brother, you and your team.
And I want to take the opportunity in talking about the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund as it relates to Rattigan. Make sure that people are supporting it, right? Because that is a mechanism that we're going to use as it relates to checks and balance. All right.
Support it in whatever way I can. So
yeah, man.
I'm just charging you guys to continue the good work. You and your panelists.
Thank you.
I like the vibe. I like the vibe of Beyond the Echo.
Yes.
I mean, full of vibe, man.
All right. Bless you.
See a Aromatic, man.
All right.
Bless you.
Yes.
Keep up the good work, sir. Keep listening.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother. Have a wonderful week.
All right, sir.
All right.
Yeah, man. You too.
All right. Blessings.
Okay. Answer that. Yes, caller. Thank you for calling. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, my brother.
Yeah. Yeah, me just want to talk a little about the mainstream media. Because when I get some information, say a shooting going on Mountain View yesterday, Wednesday.
Yes.
Where them say 5 people were shot and killed. 5 people were killed. I don't hear nothing about it in a mainstream media. How that possible?
Well,
how is that possible?
Well, I can confirm that that is true. That incident took place.
How is that possible? What going on in Jamaica? What really going? 5 people were murdered. And you're a thing about it in a one incident. You're not about it in the mainstream media. No, man, something after.
But I mean, the suppression of information, right? And they don't want to give out report because they want to create a narrative that they have crime under control. What do you think? That's the reason why you're not hearing it?
Yes, because the other day, the commissioner said murder down by 14%.
Exactly.
And now, when time, then the thing happened right in front, then report it. something really something are going on in this country where it's not pretty. And people have to really take serious notification of what's going on.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Pick up yourself.
Bless up yourself, my brother. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Jamaica. People, I'm going to share a clip with you. And I want people to listen to this clip. Take the scene. Earlier, Aromatic was speaking about what interests as it relates to Andrew Holness standing off on the Samoa agreement, right? And what interests as it relates to external forces, what sort of interests that they have, right? As it relates to, try to manipulate our economy, so to speak. And when I play this clip, I want to show you the plan that is out there. And for Jamaican people to be prudent. I wanted to show you the plan that is out there. And for you to fully understand why democratic socialism was crushed. Because democratic socialism was going against the interests of capitalism. And then the ideal of capitalism is not to see Africans and in extension, black people generally, right, get up out of their slumber. So then, it is not only me saying this. I am going to play the clip and let you hear it out of the mouth of the architect who designed, right, so that the African nation and in extension, black people throughout the world, right, remain underdeveloped. So I want you to understand it. This is one of the reasons why I couldn't support Jamaica Labour Party, who support capitalism. So I want to play this clip for Andrew Holness. Right? But we know the reason why, again, the Jamaica Labour Party, right, helped to strengthen capitalism. Many of us remember when Alexander Bustamante said, starfish is better than education. Look, I know me Harold said that, evidence that Sir Alexander Bustamante look at a society and tell them, say, starfish is better than education.
Yeah, man.
We know better that when a society is educated, right, it moves forward. And here you have a capitalist organizer, right, saying that to us that starfish is better than education. So I'm going to play this clip and let you look at this, right? Without any further ado, play this clip. Okay. People, I want you to take in this.
Escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished.
This is Professor Dr. Howard Nicholas, a Sri Lankan economist and social scientist. In the year 2015, Dr. Nicholas gave a presentation at the International Institute of Social Studies, ISS, of Erasmus University of Rotterdam, where he is also a senior lecturer in economics. Here, he's explaining why and how the Western Europeans do everything in their power to impoverish Africa and forever keep them poor. Starting with the why. The main reason why majority of developing countries and Africa, specifically the sub-Saharan Africa region, have always been a target for the West condemnation is for the raw material production. In his words, Dr. Howard says, the sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of advanced countries, therefore has to be kept poor.
Africa historically, sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay? And Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else.
And since colonization, there has always been plans to stop Africa from aggressively industrializing. These are the 6 economic structures put in place that keep Africa poor.
Hi, call me Louis. This is my spot.
If large credit card bills like this are keeping you up at night, we have some good news.
This spot.
1. Foreign aid. Here's where money and weapons is given to keep Africa repressive regime systems in power.
Okay, we give them aid. Aid for what? Actually, we give them aid to keep repressive regimes in power. That's all. Okay, we're not giving them aid for much more except a little bit of infrastructure to make sure those raw materials get to the ports and aren't gotten out of the ground. But for the most part, we give repressive regimes money and power and guns to keep that system going. This is what it's fundamentally about. All the hypocrisy about transparency and democracy and bullshit like that, it's all bullshit. You know? And at least the Chinese don't enter into that bullshit. They say, we don't care about the whole political environment, we just give the money. Okay? And it's for raw material extraction, period.
Debts and foreign loans. Here money is lent to raw material producing countries to gain control of them with debt strings. Economic hitmen will also be sent to execute those leaders who refuse to accept the loans.
I was telling some of my students today, was it today or yesterday, about Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Do you remember this? Have any of you heard of this one? Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a book written by John Perkins, who used to work for a very nebulous, opaque bank. No one had ever heard of this bank, but it was formed in the 1950s by the IMF, the CIA, and the American State Department. And it had only one job: to lend money to developing countries that were raw material producers in order to indebt them. Once you are in my debt, I control you. Okay? And this bank had 4,000 employees, but no one ever heard of this bank, you see. But it would go to country after country offering loans. And if the president did not accept the loan, they were killed. And he gives 2 examples of presidents who were killed when they did not accept the loan. You see, the lending is also very important to trap the country. It's very important. It's part of that process. I teach in Suriname. And Suriname in recent times had a huge foreign exchange reserve. So big they didn't need to borrow money. And then one of my students who was very high up in government, he said, you know, the IMF is trying to convince us to borrow money from foreigners. Why? I thought, duh, you know, sorry about this, but, you know, this is the game. And in the end, Suriname did borrow this money because the IMF said, if foreigners lend to you, then everyone will think Suriname is such a strong economy that foreigners are interested in lending to you. You understand? Before Lula came to power, You know, the previous president in Brazil, Cardoso, his predecessor, took a gigantic international loan. No necessity for taking the loan. Why? Because once I catch you with the debt strings, I hold you forever. You are my prisoner. Okay, so debt has been this huge spider's web which has trapped sub-Saharan Africa and keeps them held there. Aid, debt.
Monopoly buying structures.
Okay,
Here, few Western multinationals will collude between themselves.
Jamaica, where I am going after we play that, and we have been told as it relates to how the CIA and the IMF work, and show you the experience of that same thing executed in Jamaica. And I'm going to play a clip as it relates to what was coming out of Colonel Charles' mouth for Jamaican to see this, to understand what is the Jamaica Labour Party. And you're going to hear Colonel Charles said that during the 80s, they tagged the People's National Party as a communist. And yet, he denied working with the CIA. And I'm going to show you another clip where the CIA admitted to work with the Jamaica Labour Party. So hear this from Colonel Charles, coming out of the mouth of Colonel Charles. Hear it for yourself.
Obviously, the government, the PNP government, is under pressure. And when they were under pressure, the Labour Party was campaigning all around the place and putting more pressure on the government. We're having meetings in various parishes, halfway through, thousands of people. And I think that the nation felt that the PNP was under pressure. And the support for the JP was growing because we tapped them. And the Cuban ambassador was in Jamaica. And he played a major role, an obvious role, as far as we were concerned. He was seen with the police. He was seen speaking to clubs, and his speech was protection for the government. Michael Manley said that he was going to follow Castro to the mountaintop. And we interpret that to mean he was going to change Jamaica to be like Cuba. And Cuba was a communist government. So we at that stage say, well, the Cubans are here. You know, Estrada is here representing Fidel Castro. Michael Karim here. So they are on their way here already. The government was forced to call the election early. I think if it were June or July, they announced that the election would be November or so. So we had a long period of campaign. And we laid it on, we put it on heavy in a political system that we have. I couldn't stay here today and blame one side. I could blame one side as having created the direction. But I'll have to say that the other side also followed the direction to protect itself. So if they were killing JLP, they were killing PNP. If they were stoning PNP, they were stoning JLP. Right? And I think that there was political war among both political parties as a result of the PNP decided to change the political system and to move from what we had to what we call social and communism. So many people died, many stones were thrown, many houses were set on fire, many people were battered and bruised as a result of the approach of the government to go socialist and the approach of the opposition to maintain what we had inherited from both Norman Manley and Boston. I have never met a CIA man, and I consider myself to have been very close to the leader of the opposition. We accuse them of bringing Fidel Castro, and they accuse us of bringing the Americans. So the average man would have had a choice between socialism, well, I wouldn't call it socialism, communism, and
Capitalism.
what we call two-party democracy, which America
Don't
supports.
want to call it capitalism.
And I think that the JLP had the American support and the PNP had the Cuban support. So the little man would have been forced to make a choice based on whether I had food, whether I had clothes, whether I had a job, or whether he see what was happening in other places. And it was political confusion, particularly for the masses. Follow me?
Stop it.
Take it away.
Yeah. Political confusion for the masses. The lies that the Jamaica Labour Party told that Michael Manley was going communist. And the threat that Michael Manley was going to develop Jamaica and pull black people out of an economic crisis, a financial crisis. But capitalists will never have it. The Jamaica Labour Party will never have it. The PSOJ at the time will never have it. And so then what Michael Manley had done, even in those times, increased the backside levy to benefit Jamaican people. Here is Colonel Charles is saying that he never see a CIA man. Never see a CIA man. Well, let me play the clip and let me make Jamaica know, sir. The CIA admitted to work with the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me play it for the world to see it. Without any further ado, before this.
Put together with Bill Schaap and Ellen Ray the Covert Action Information Bulletin, whose function was to focus on the intelligence organizations of the United States and discuss and expose in a perfectly legitimate way the covert action activities of the CIA principally, as well as the other intelligence organizations. I believe they formed that in about 1976 and have been in Washington since, publishing stories of true stories. Their quality, their standards of journalism are exceedingly high. That bulletin is distributed in the State Department, and it's sold out the first morning that it's put on the stands in the State Department newsstands. They also publish in that bulletin the names of CIA agents and where they are now, as they're assigned and reassigned about the world. I believe that in very recent months, they have ceased the policy of publishing names because the controversy is so hot, and they would just as soon And also, it's never been their intention to break the law. They've made that clear from the outset. Bill Schaap is the brother. He is a highly competent attorney and is the brother of a top sportscaster in New York City. He is a very articulate man himself and has testified to the Senate many times against the names of agents bill, for example, and defending what he and Lou Wolf are doing. And after his testimony, many times senators have come up and shaken his hand and said, I disagree with you, but you certainly make your case for the legitimacy of what you're doing very well.
Let's take a look at some of the things which Lewis Wolf had to say, and we'll let you comment ever so often on this, okay?
What, in the years that you've been publishing it, do you think are some of your most significant revelations? Are there some stories that even shocked you?
Well, I think one of the big stories that we were able to document in some detail was the whole scope of CIA activities, similar to what the CIA did in Chile, and which was documented by the Senate Select Committee, was the whole covert action program in Jamaica in between 1976 and 1980. And we did a great deal of research into that, and we discovered in many ways a very similar program, almost a classic model that was followed along the lines of what they did in Chile, including three major categories: military, paramilitary activity, the use of propaganda in the media, and the third one, which was economic warfare, using the multilateral organizations, the International Monetary Fund and others, to withhold loans which had been promised to the Jamaican government. This is one example.
What are a couple more of the details of that? You mentioned those first two examples of actual paramilitary activity the CIA was involved in Jamaica.
There was a fire, for example, that took place in Jamaica of an old people's home. I think 150 old and infirmed women, many of them blind, were living in this home. And as it turned out, the place burned down in the space of about 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes. It was discovered that the phone wires had been cut and that the exits had all been blocked. Even those who could see their way out could not get out. That the means by which the fire was set was the use of a petroleum jelly, which was unavailable in Jamaica. This was one indication, among others, that there was outside help. Why would the CIA, you might ask, why would the CIA want to murder 150 old women? It was because it was an effort, part of a very large-scale effort to discredit the government in Jamaica, which was at the time headed by Michael Manley, the Prime Minister. There were images produced of Michael Manley in the media, in the Daily Gleaner, which was the newspaper which the United States, through the CIA, helped to support. And there is a good deal of evidence of that. There were images of Michael Manley showing a death mask. I mean, it was his face which had been somehow made to look like a death mask, although it was pretending to be a photograph of him. And there were many ways to try and discredit him. This is very, very similar, in fact, to what the CIA did to try and discredit Salvador Allende in Chile. If you remember, Richard Nixon instructed the CIA in a meeting which was in 1970 in the White House, and there was a document in the Senate report which is reprinted, and he said, "Make the economy scream." Those were his words. And that's, of course, what the CIA proceeded to do in Chile, and that's what they also did in Jamaica.
They also furnished a lot of munitions and assistance to the terrorist squads that were going around killing people in the cities and also in the countryside in Jamaica as well.
That's correct.
Well, John, you had a trip down to Jamaica, and you saw a lot of these things about Jamaica with your own eyes, right?
Yes, indeed. A very moving, a very interesting trip to me, to see a target country at a time in the height of a CIA operation when I was completely outside.
Yes. Now, when we understand as it relates to what transpired then, and that the only objective of Michael Manley, right, for democratic socialism wanted to see the betterment of our people. Michael Manley. And so then when you see the Jamaica Labour Party that design as it relates to what the journalists speaking about the CIA, right? Using the media to spread propaganda, to spread lies, and they show you how they work. This is what Andrew Holness-led government, you understand, is doing. Because these were the principles and the methods that Siaga has utilized. You heard it, where he said half of the loans that was promised to Jamaica was stopped by the Jamaica Labour Party. Right? And so then when you see all of those evil and those viciousness that JLP had done this country, anyone who was an ear to hear and eye to see and having knowledge of these wickedness should now be a share part defending Jamaica Labour Party of what they had done. They had put this country in a turmoil. Andrew Holness want to deliver us to the hands of the neocolonialist. That is what Andrew Holness is doing. Any government, let me say this, any government that aims to attack our education system, destroy our education system, cannot have love for the people of Jamaica. Andrew Holness, who was the Minister of Education, right? And I want to say something that I am going to carry tomorrow as it relates to the roadmap of corruption. Right, so I'll be doing that on Rattigan show, right? And we are going to talk about, you know, a particular permanent secretary, right? Who had been assisting the process where Andrew Holness is concerned from 2008. Andrew Holness in this time still has not left that permanent secretary. I've seen that permanent secretary now being promoted. This is one of the persons protecting Andrew Holness. We are going to speak about it. Now we see, as it relates to what had done to crush democratic socialism. And so then when Mr. Sensation said, I will never support a Jamaica Labour Party because they're capitalists. Right? They're capitalists. It's plain and simple. Right?
Neocolonialist.
Yes. Right? And so then you have to understand that when we say democratic socialism, what we mean? It means that opportunity must be given to every single Jamaican, right, to have a say in the economy. But opportunity must be provided. Not under capitalism, where only the elites have the opportunity. It's only elites get most of the prime lands. We should see it with Andrew Holness, taking away people's lands, setting up shell companies, having shares. His sons have shares. Him has shares. His sister have shares. His party has cheers. Brother has cheers. And back of taxpayers. And the back of taxpayers. And a member of parliament, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party, has their companies too. And everyone dipping out of the treasury. And so then we see our treasury, that what is unaccounted for, 1.7 trillion. $1.7 trillion. What does that mean? From Andrew Holness came into power from 2016 to now, all the tax that been collected has gone, has stolen. And you are telling me that this government wants every ghetto youth to be a star. Every ghetto youth. Tuesday we had played a clip with a ghetto youth. Is asking back Andrew Holness for his land. Isn't that a ghetto youth? Andrew Holness, you don't want that ghetto youth to be a star? Would you take away his land? You didn't want him to be a star. Journey said, what a disgrace. And yet you have the audacity in terms of campaigning, hiding the illicit SIPs. Your statutory declaration cannot be certified. Showing your statutory declaration of $165 million, Andrew Holness. The wealth that you sit on is in the billions of dollars. You know it. And that is one of the reasons why your statutory declaration cannot and will not ever be certified. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you the proud, democratic, socialist leader who speaks the truth. Cast it what he will, it will. He who hide the wrong he did will continue to put his hands in the treasury till. And that is what they are doing. Hiding the corruption because they want to continue to steal. And so then, as it relates to the motive of Andrew Holness, as it relates to the motive of Juliet Holness, Delroy Williams has to go back to the KSMAC as deputy because he's there as an interceptor. And he's there to ensure that auditing process being interrupted. But we have news for him. We have news for you, Delroy Williams. We have news for your brother, Donovan Williams, who has shares in Andrew Holness' company. We have news because we are getting the information out there. So Andrew Holness and persons who surround Andrew Holness, these persons, they have not just put in position because of their accolades, because they have the competence. They put there because they have to be playing to the cronyism, the nepotism, the political kickbacks. And they all laugh and all smile at the Jamaican people. Where you have $13,000 cannot take anyone to the supermarket and serve for a week. But they all smile. They take the 200 and 300% raise, while those who are working so hard, trying so hard, can hardly make 2 ends meet. They are asking you to vote for them, give them a third chance. The PR stunt, telling you that, okay, all right, Trelawney is going to become an oasis. Telling you that Portmore is going to become an oasis. And they promised all what they can promise. Yes, promise them. Promise them. The local government election was a judgment to say, although the People's National Party has no money to take on a giant like Jamaica Labour Party, but the love of what the people want, the importance of transparency, integrity, and honesty is what matters. But we see a government hell-bent in corruption. And so then what is going to take us out tonight before we go into Jeopardy is, of course, our democratic socialist leader.
Hey, give me something before I go to before we go to that.
Yes.
Give me a minute. Colonel Charles.
Yes.
I just want the people to understand and listen keenly. What did Colonel Charles say? Can you repeat that for me? It says Castro was in Jamaica and the US. And we choose the US. I just want people to hear that, you know.
Yes.
That's what Colonel Charles said.
He said it.
We choose the US. Right? At that time, the US working with the State Department, they're working with the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and they're working with the CIA. Central Intelligence Agency.
Yes.
Right? Remember, I know me say it, you know, I said they work with the USA.
Yes.
Right? What did the learned Howard Nicholson, the senior lecturer in economics, what did he say? We give them aid. Aid for what? To keep oppressive regime in power.
Yes. Yes.
Oppressive regime. What's that?
Exactly.
Autocratic. What do you, man?
Yeah.
We give them aid to keep oppressive regime in power.
Yes.
That's all. We are not giving them aid for much more, except a little bit for infrastructure to make sure the raw material go at the port and come out of the ground. For most part,
hit it, Arrow.
Listen up. For most part, we give oppressive regime money, power, gun to keep that system going.
Exactly, Arrow. Exactly.
We give that regime money, power, and gun to keep that going. This is what it is fundamental about. So no bother with the hypocrisy and the transparency and the democracy. All of that are bullshit. The money what we go no have to just bring out the raw material and oppress your people with your regime and the autocratic leader. So the man them say Michael Manley did not bow. Michael Manley holding ground. So they find the favor in Edward Seaga. So they say we are going to work with the Jamaican Labour Party.
Yes.
And they work with the Jamaican Labour Party because the Jamaica Labour Party fulfilled their desire.
Yes.
So what did he say to Michael? What did the man say then suppress Michael with then what? International Economic Institution, the IMF,
the
yes. World Bank, the WTO, the World Trade Organization.
Yes.
They withdraw the funds and wall it away and oppress Michael Manley because Edward Seaga pledged to work with them.
All right.
And when Edward Seaga pledged to work with them now, what they're going to do now is come in and lend Jamaica the money. And from them lend Jamaica the money there in a loan, them hook we cannot get out of it again.
Exactly.
So you find say the dollar starts slide, you find say the backside, everything. Because the man they make it clear we're not in this for friendship.
Yes.
We pay on the money while we go on the aid, and that's why it come back, Byron.
Yes.
If you're gonna give me aid, and when you give me that aid, you're going to tell me that when you check your aid and when you check into infrastructure, I have my school, you have your hospital, you have infrastructure, and you have farming. Them four things that is very important.
Yes.
To elevate your country to the next level. And you are going to lend me money. And then you are going to tell me I can't spend this in healthcare. I can't spend this on education. I can't spend this on infrastructure. And I can't spend this in farming. When you are telling me that education is the key to success,
yes.
Food is the staff of life, your health and your wealth, and your infrastructure give you a road, bridge, and water where them can't get now. And you're going to give me a loan or lend me money, but you are telling me that I cannot use the money to develop these areas. Then what are you lending me the money for?
Exactly. And so then when people see the tri-bridge that Andrew Holness going to fix,
can't fix it.
People must pay it.
We can't fix it because the loan say you cannot fix it, bro. You can't touch it. We don't give you it for that. We give you that to fix the highway. If you notice, the only thing what they fix is the highway. No local roads, no bridge.
Yes. The highway help to move faster. You understand? The raw materials.
And the tourists.
From one area to the port. You understand?
And the tourists. Because so, remember the tourist dollars now stay in Jamaica.
Exactly.
That they come out back.
All right.
So we are making it quick and fast where we make the money.
All right. We'll talk to Harold. Let me answer the caller here. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yes, you know, so me, I just touch a point I want to go about the IMF money and the badness, but that's why I'm saying I still have to respect PJ Patterson, because PJ they liberated from it, you know.
Yes.
I tell you, say the badness supposed to tell you how to spend the money, you know. I mean,
that man.
That point I'm really touch, you know.
All right.
I say I'm bridging that memories on the time. The man look at me and said to me, say, the man say Andrew Holness right now, the man becomes the head of the colonial masters for the whole Caribbean, and I'm looking into the thing. I really true the man. I don't know how people this man.
Right, that's the way I go, man. Right, that's the way I go.
I don't know how people this man. The man just takes a set from black people. I really at the Ku Klux Klan, the man work fast, you know. Man work for them, man for we. Yeah, man, the man working for the Ku Klux Klan, man.
Yeah, man,
I don't know what America have funny, man, all these people have funny, make him do them thing. Two black people, but trust him, man. The man are evil to the core, brother. Trust me, man.
Exactly, my brother.
Yeah, man, the man evil, man. The man evil, brother.
All right.
Look what the man have, man. Look what the man have in life, and the man still collect money from these people and do work, and the man have things. Are you Kevin Smith want Jamaica people and tell them, you know?
Because they want him there to suppress stuff.
And can't go anything I choke, you know. All this administration with this evil devil, you know.
Yes.
Because at them in my work, look on the interest of the man taking a farming. No interest because what? They want Bill Gates pushing them GMO food and everything. Because they want to kill you off, brother.
Exactly.
The black people want too much pretty house and too much car and too much
Right.
nice things now. So when they come here and look on all these things, that's where we have. They might try to cut the black people them speed. I mean, I know all I want to take the people for just wake up. I look, it's all I mean, I'm going to say, I think what Costa Rica, what they do, a couple go down there and go buy a house down there. No, not a house, a hotel, you know. And put up the sign down there's a private beach, you know. You saw the people know,
Oh, in St.
them
Lucia.
show them who own the beach. And who own the property.
Yes,
I
yes.
said, Jamaica people who wake up and stand up for them rights.
What do you mean?
You understand? The people them show them who own the beach. Who no own the beach. You know, it's come by property. The beach belongs to us.
Exactly.
The people them go in them thousands, in them hundreds and out there. So look, the beach belongs to we. Jamaica tell them something. The people them stand up for the politician, them more than how they stand up for them. I mean, the evil politician, they don't love them. They stand up for them more than how they stand up for them own self and them family.
Remember me telling my brother.
Yeah, man, I them love, man.
All right. So
Yeah, bless up yourself still.
yeah, man. Blessings, my brother. Blessings. So
Keep your fire burning, because we not stop burning, you know.
no man. No man.
We can't stop burning, brother. We can't stop, you know.
No, stop, my brother. No,
Yeah, man.
stop.
Bless up the world coast. Bless up the world coast still, you know.
Thank you, my brother. All right. Arrow.
Yeah.
Yes. Just hold it out, sir, because somebody a request for me to play out the video. And you know, so
Okay.
when we keep them.
Tara, have something to say?
Tara, you have something to say?
Go ahead, man. Go
Okay.
ahead when you finish.
All right. So you understand, we have to give what our people request, you know. So we
Yes.
have
No problem.
Yes, man. Go right ahead.
and you know, make it because the people them say they want it to play out. All right.
Yeah,
so
man.
let us touch it again and tune in.
I tried to catch it back from where it was.
Yeah.
Stopped her.
Of an old people's home. I think 150 old and infirmed women, many of them blind, were living in this home. And as it turned out, the place burned down in the space of about 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes. It was discovered that the phone wires had been cut and that the exits had all been blocked. Even those who could see their way out could not get out. That the means by which the fire was set was the use of a petroleum jelly, which was unavailable in Jamaica. This was one indication, among others, that there was outside help. Why would the CIA, you might ask, why would the CIA want to murder 150 old women? It was because it was an effort, part of a very large-scale effort to discredit the government in Jamaica, which was at the time headed by Michael Manley, the prime minister. There were images produced in the media, in the Daily Gleaner, which was the newspaper which the United States, through the CIA, helped to support. And there is a good deal of evidence of that. There were images of Michael Manley showing a death mask. I mean, it was his face which had been somehow made to look like a death mask, although it was pretending to be a photograph of him. And there were many ways to try and discredit him. This is very, very similar, in fact, to what the CIA did to try and discredit Salvador Allende in Chile. If you remember, Richard Nixon instructed the CIA in a meeting which was in 1970 in the White House, and there was a document in the Senate report which is reprinted, and he said, "Make the economy scream." Those were his words. And that's, of course, what the CIA proceeded to do in Chile, and that's what they also did in Jamaica.
They also furnished a lot of munitions and assistance to the terrorist squads that were going around killing people in the cities and also in the countryside in Jamaica as well.
That's correct.
Well, John, you had a trip down to Jamaica, and you saw a lot of these things about Jamaica with your own eyes, right?
Yes, indeed. A very moving, a very interesting trip to me, to see a target country at a time in the height of a CIA operation when I was completely outside. So there's no way that I could see the problem that journalists have always had when the U.S. government was targeting on a country in a situation, trying to destabilize it, overthrow, or manipulate the elections or whatever, of trying to figure out what's going on when you don't have access to all of the flow of cables and the discussions in National Security Council meetings and whatnot for the planning. I observed that from published information, the CIA station there was quite large for that size of a country. It was huge, in fact. It was bigger than any station I knew of in Africa, although Jamaica was a fairly small island with 2 million people. That's typical of when the CI is got a big operation going in a place, they beef up the station and beef up the offices back stateside. The tone and flow of articles in the Gleaner was, of course, as Lou says, definitely a chapter out of Chile or a chapter out of the Angolan operation. Every indication of a massive CI operation going to destabilize the government, to make the economy scream. And in that case, I would say that probably someone got promoted for that one, probably several people.
Because Manley was run out of
Because
office
it worked.
by a
He
legitimate
without a scandal, without an assassination, without the things that have caused the CIA so much grief. Manley, a champion of social democracy, of giving the people a piece of the pie, was thrown out of office, and an arch capitalist was put in office. And again, there was minimal adverse publicity. Lou Wolfe and the others were studying the situation and did publish about what was going on, but it was not published in the New York Times and the Washington Post, and the big television networks didn't do studies on it, primarily because even if the journalists of the big organs knew what was happening and might have wanted to, they really just, because of the secrecy, couldn't get the truth about what the United States was doing. One interesting thing was that the effectiveness of the liars in our government, the duplicity. When we formed the CIA, we committed our leaders to having two policies, as Lou says, the rhetoric, the public statements, and the truth about what United States policy is. So an interesting measure of presidents is how effectively they lie. Interesting discussions that occur inside the CIA is about lying. Would you lie? You're the DDO and you're going to testify to the Senate. And it's serious discussions. Are you going to lie? Because if you do, it's perjury and there's a chance you could go to jail. And yet, the organization expects you to lie. President Carter was one of the most effective liars I have ever watched on television and through the media. As a poker player, man, I would never go up against that man. He could look at that camera and say things that obviously he knew were completely and totally false. And I would study his expression and I could detect nothing except occasionally a little wisp of a smile that wasn't consistent with what he was saying, like he thought it was funny. But one of his more classic
tick, actually.
Yeah, well, the smile that I was referring to wasn't that. It was just a kind of like he was repressing a grin, like he thought it was funny. How he rationalized these things, I don't know. But one of his most conspicuous lies was when he sat down with Manley just a few weeks before the elections in Washington and told him face to face that the CI, don't have the CI doing anything to destabilize you or your government. We have no such program going, when obviously he did. And he pulled it off to the point where even Manley was troubled. Very effective liar.
Okay, so people, you hear that? So let us play this as it relates to the champion of democratic socialism, right? Okay. All right.
In the world, say now, why are we taking this risk to anger the United States of America? And the answer is this: we are not angering the United States of America, they are angering themselves. They are not going to tell me what relationship I have with Fidel Castro. We have that friendship with Cuba as part of a world alliance of third world nations that are fighting for justice for poor people in the world. And I tell you as the party leader, as long as this party is in power, we intend to walk through the world on our feet and not on our knees.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Or you want to comment on that?
Yeah, as I said, them just laid out plain and straight. It's clear as crystal. You know what I mean? Michael Manley and the People's National Party is always there to make sure that the small man in Jamaica get a slice of the cake.
Yeah.
You understand? On the other hand, Edward Seaga, the Jamaica Labour Party, they are capitalists. They don't care about the mass. You understand? It's the 1%. They see us as generate funds. They just see us as profit, but they don't see us as anything else. They don't see us as human beings. You understand? And that we want the Jamaican people to understand and get it. You understand? This party work with the CIA to turn back Jamaica. And that's why sometimes it really grieve me when I see some blogger. Because some blogger want conking at the head and joking at the head, because they not do their research, They won't hear other people talk and they say chat up. And I come tell me, say PMP, the two-party mash up Jamaica. You understand? Michael Manley give Jamaica water, and Andrew Holness can shut it off. PJ Patterson give Jamaica transport bus, and Andrew Holness then come mash it off, and me hear some man that talk say PMP and JLP mash up JUTC and all of them things. When every time the PMP come and put things in place and build up Jamaica, the labor right then go back and broke it down. And want to look on camera and attack, because what? You want to know labor right supporters them, we not get pissed off by not talking the truth. Brother, the truth is there to see. When Shearer left, when Buster left, and when Sangster left, what was there for the Jamaican people? And Michael can set up everything, the legacy one to live off of, and Michael set it up. Stiaga come and destroy everything what Michael, almost everything what Michael do. First and kill education and left it. Manley comes up after Stiaga and come and give PJ. PJ build back Jamaica. After PJ build back Jamaica and take away from IMF. We don't owe nobody nothing. We big and bold. We can spend we money in any sector what we want. As Bruce Golden carry back into IMF. Brother, uno go. Give them it around. Chat foolishness, brother, and I come talk about PMP and JLP mash up Jamaica. Every time PMP take Jamaica one level, the labor right them come in and care about Jamaica. You go do no research now, brother. And stop chat, man. Can you just try to please labor right and then they don't please not in this. The facts there in our face, brother. Exactly. But you don't want to talk the truth. You just want to carry down the PMP and carry down Michael Manley, brother. Michael Manley go no water. PMP go no water truck. And you Holness and the labor right them go hide them and dump the bench truck them are rotten down. And now Westmoreland in a water crisis, and boy, no one can tell me about every time PMP 60 odd years and labor right. Yo, no found no one conking on no head and joking on no eye. Bless her. Why are they there? All right. So, hold the gun there. Let me just take the caller here. Yes, caller. Sensation, you're on the live. Blessings, brother. All right.
And Sister Echo.
All right. Bless you.
I'm going to try to use a platform. I'm going to try to use your platform to get out some news.
Yes.
Brother Byron.
Okay, go ahead.
Your program a while ago, when me tune into you, up here police rush the place a while ago, Here police rush the place. And when me see them enter my door, me turn up.
Bless up.
When your voice and lick out them pro God, tell you. But please, Brother Byron, I want you help me. I'm going to use a platform.
Yes.
You see, community policing.
Yes.
Community policing is not going on right now since them people are run back them thing. Because watch it, we do them on the corner, right? But just on the road, on the road. Nowhere else, no one now, go on, no one up, and you have a special policeman, and I tell you, Brother Byron, I use a platform to leak out on them because the superintendent, we know say the superintendent SSP, down Kingston Western Police Division. Jesus Christ, Mr. From the man coming to the place. The man have a sunlight fitting a call from you know, early in a car, you know.
Okay.
Early in a car, you know. The whole of them know me. The whole of them. You have a special policeman. Him there a while ago. Listen to this for a Bible. The policeman come Monday. Monday, you know. Them kill one youth. The 1st of December. And the people was demonstrating. And meanwhile, when you cross the road, some people thought thing and police run down for the place. The people run left them and me them say. So them tell me, but they never go. Go get the doctor to bail me. No, me no resist no arrest or nothing, you know. And me gonna tell you, brother, me say, the policeman, me gonna tell you what him do now. Him come here Monday. Him come here Monday, him go on with the pull up thing and pull up thing. Him one girl from the car, him and I always in some time. Here, what you youth. And him subordinate him here, you know, because him claims him a big man, the biggest man. Told him great and thing. Here, go tell one little youth. This one girl live over there, so, and him call by her name. You can't put a in her head.
What?
What kind of police in that, brother? What kind of police in that?
That man is a criminal. He's not a police. That's a criminal. That's a criminal. He's not a police.
You know, I put so you know, so you use your but one with Dr. Blake, the new police commissioner, Blake. If I will use the same things like with former commissioner of police though, because you are Kingston West, you have a senior superintendent by the name of Michael Fitz. From that man come and told him. She are killing and going out of the place and they knew about it. And when them ready them, they say them come with them. You know that put out the place and one man escape and get one auntie. Well, we don't know. I mean, no, we say. Them just stay as a while ago with a Byron and turn up your fights extra. When they come up on the doorway and then you're in the court pan, broke and go away from the court pan. So, you know.
Yes.
And so when you hold me the 1st of December, and the time go down to the police station, the senior superintendent them come out, and the policeman will commit the atrocity the 1st of December. Him say me a year leader for me. Me did not follow year leader. Him say me a year leader. But when you in a community and some youth and some people can come out, some negativity and you can those things them say you're a leader about. I'm not a leader. Come on, follow a leader. I'm bringing back that stone. But I come see. Yeah. A serious thing, you know.
Yes.
A serious thing, you know. Serious thing. Because, boy, I'm not telling community policing. When the power road in Sunlight Street. Because we people see a thing right over there. When the power road come up on Maxine Avenue in Sunlight Street, they can't stop Sunlight Street. Studio. So we can tell you, there was a superintendent by the name of Michael Fitz. He never come around here, come around a community meeting with youth and you. You see?
Yes.
It starts from Ronald Anderson, first the community with community police, Ronald Anderson. And when Ronald Anderson, you know, they get down, when the man, McGregor, they get you get Orange, Chambers. Those are the policemen will come keep meetings with me in our community, doing policing, community policing and things. I mean, I tell you, say, you have a little man, I'm Murphy, I'm calling, I'm just there a while ago. But them come here, so, but I see, the leak of a pocket band thing. Yeah, it's after 9. One, so, you know what? This. But I'm going to tell you the God to reach the road. When we live right, you know what I'm telling you. You can come out of my house and you know what? Right? Who in here a minute? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, come out of the house. The gunman again, so. A whole pack of back on the road, no gun boy can't come from what them around the car and go up the house. And what them rape the people. And I tell you, say, remember a man with a Kingston West Police Division, the senior superintendent, go on, go still keep him there. Go on, go still keep him there. That's the first thing. They was sent to the down police station. One kill one man down there. And every year the report will come out with. A man still on the car, waiting on the girlfriend. A policeman approach him and to back in and threw the man through the windscreen glass and he said it was a shootout. SSP flips, I mean, no say. It's a bit of we know somebody come over, the man come over here to me. And them not family. Them know already, man. Only know family. The one of them know family. See? I'm just telling you the truth, Brother Byron. We can't have the country around them way with police around things. Extrajudicial killings and all them things there. Because you was a big man telling look at you Monday. It's like what's up when
Wow.
Somebody when you come over him and look don't call him Murphy, because I'm just saying that's a while ago. So
Byron, the service body, no man, we can't hear nothing why him that say.
Is it any better?
When you look out from broker, look out from
yeah, you hear it better now.
Okay. That is still Grammy. We need a change to the place. We need a change to the place.
Yes, man, we deserve it.
Speed we tell you about. We can tell you something, Brother Byron. Never in the history. That's why I talk about first thing. Never in the history you'll see aromatic. You'll see a corporation election running and the superintendent will run a station. You see him behind the MP. The MP, he doing work. So they wonder what changed. They wonder what changed. But me tell you, Brother Byron, they want to pick up on themselves.
Bless you, my brother.
Pick up aromatic, everybody bump your tail and say, this happened, come out. This happened, come on, one with Dr. Blake. I'm going to make SSP Superintendent Michael Phipps. Our man. Well, I was a come here, so we name them call him Murphy. I don't know if I'm alias name or I'm surname, but his name Murphy. And them thing I need to stop, man. Because no road off Maxfield Avenue, police come out so much things. We created 8.5 years of peace. Passage road here to the Canadian Diaspora Foundation. We the one Philip Mascal when Philip Mascal was the president. You see me? And then people come to 8.5 years of peace. We have Australian former commissioner of police. I don't know which state having no Australia big, but one man named Douglas McCaffrey. We have him around here. So I started in the area. And when Bruce Golding was Prime Minister, Bruce Golding's son keep a 1 week radio program for New Star 93. Right at Sunlight with Maxfield Avenue. And Bruce Golding's son, as opposed to JLP.
Rest of yourself.
You see me? And we are the only road we keep them, even former Commissioner George Quayle. We have him on the road as before him turn Commissioner of Police. We now have some people that try to fill the place and make the place look away. We know, say, since Marty take it over, Mark won't take it over and somebody. I have some unscrupulous people. Unscrupulous people are one of them who are billing for the money. You see me?
Yes.
And Marty was here. Marty was here before my even run the politics. Because he was a big man of a child of that Arnett Garden sport place there. And me know Marty Golding father. Because this is when we get shot. This is when we get shot in 1985. Godman shoot in 1985. So we get out of the YMC, the rest of the telephone. And then we can't walk, man. You see me?
Yes, man.
And Marty father was one of the men who helped work for me. Dr. John Golding. You see me? And I know Marky before Marky represent the community here. I mean, I'm not sure which part when the resident of Mama Portia used to live. Because I know Mama Portia. I was the first politician I never voted for. I know Mama Portia before Mama Portia was in a councillor. You see me? Because Mama Portia lived on Francis Lane when you pass Sunlight Street. And grew me yard with party and come a sunlight free to the pan in a family. So first somebody need vote for Sister P. And Brother Byron, I'm gonna tell you something, you know, I know some people are gonna fix still, you know. You know, say a whole heap of people are chat about this and that, about Brogan. You have somebody who you don't talk about, you know. Because I remember saying that 2020 election, you know, when Brogan are going out, you know, it was 31-32. Want to look for it. Or it ended up at 49-14. Or it ended up at 49-14. Huh? Or it ended up at 49-14. Because some people have them plan.
Yes.
I know when people get paid for it, you know. But don't end up at 49-14. I tell you that truth, brother B. When we know Peter P. When we know Peter P at the double of each year. When we know Sister P has strictly PNP. Sister P never been on in a party. Has strictly PNP. She had a nanny for PNP. You see me? Sister P had a nanny for PNP. We know Sister P and Sister P as secretary in our store right at the corner of Greenwich, East Avenue and Spanish Town Road. When she was secretary for a furniture store, one man named Jason Garden, and the man that bring on the politics. Jason Garden and everything. We know Sister P, we poor, she a councillor. Then she come, and Sister P was one-term councillor, you know. Because she a councillor 74 and 76, she have a ton MP.
Yes.
Then she come to ministers, then she come to prime minister.
Look at that. Yeah.
That's a Sister P. And yes, so I saw me where I come from. Sister P, one of them helps and I go school too. Sister P, one of them said I go school too. Sister P, walk up and down from Maxwell Avenue, rare. But Manley, I'm the only man who walk on Sunlight Street in the capacity as Prime Minister. You have to read that man.
Blessings, man.
I think Brother Byron, when he got you on the face, I will jail to the power.
All right.
I will jail to the power, but you have Brother Byron. You go back to the program still and probably work at the same time, but we use a program.
Yes.
I use a program to find out if Dr. Kevin Bear gonna met senior SSP Bankrupt from the Kingston Western Police Division and one named Murphy and some other arrest them over Central to South. Them are going to the atrocity, you know. But me not live a Central to South, me live a Mark Holding section. I live a Mark Holding section. So I'm just using them over so. I'm still up a business with everybody. I don't want to be a Jamaican.
All right.
See me? And let me tell you something. Aromatic, Mama Echo.
All right.
Mystic Sensation, husband and wife would take you on the same.
Blessings, my brother. Blessings. All right. All right.
Big up Sister Portia Simpson.
All right. This is I think them, my brother. Blessings. All right. Heart of love. Right. Yes, man. Yes. So that's the final.
Yeah.
Okay. So Aro, I'm going to make you utter the your final input on this, and then of course make Tara seal up her final input, and then we get into Jeopardy, because we know Jeopardy people are waiting, you know. All right.
You mean,
so
you mean on the show?
Yeah.
Okay. Like overall?
Yeah. Just your final wrapping up.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, as I said, it's another great show. We are here to inform the people.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And every time I over here, me not tap document, because me is a man love me learn things,
Yes.
Document. So the people them what me I beg on to do. Not just come over here every night and here we are spit it. And now take it. Make it ribbit up in yourself. Because you see what we are doing? It calls for time consuming research and patience. Forget the facts. Because we're not going on tabloid,
No.
And can't tell you no nonsense,
No.
Because this is a brand. Mystic is a brand. And a regular brand.
Ksamc.
A big brand.
Yeah. Definitely.
You understand what I say? Yeah, say things said, so we're not going to water down thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it was another night, and blessed night, Tara, your wife, yourself, and all the wonderful you know, subscriber them that was on the live. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Blessed weekend when it come
Blessings.
on. Yeah, it was a joy.
All right. Blessings, Arrow. All right. So we'll get a ding tomorrow, Arrow.
Yeah, man, blessed. And I'm also gonna zoom into the show. You don't know.
All right, cool.
Yes,
Tara,
it is right.
blessings. Beyond the echo. Yes.
All right. Again, this was a lovely program, as usual.
As usual.
People need to understand that when you come here, so it's a different type of classroom you're coming out.
Yes.
You understand me? Accurate information you get out here.
Definitely.
We don't run back and make up nothing now. We don't come forward with nothing with no dopey stories. You understand me?
No.
Trail is there, evidence is there. You understand me? So this is, we learn and we teach. You understand me? So when you come, you decide which side of the aisle you want to be on, but either side is a win for you. You understand me?
Right.
Don't be fooled by the lovely presentation. No make no Clark's trick on again. And one controller, one football.
Yes.
Don't make it send no in an overdrive. I want to think say we up for something. The 3-card man is alive and well. The master of the 3-card business, which is Mr. Andrew Holness. And you see him and his cronies. They are in prime position. So when it's time, as they said, time come, make sure that you make the necessary move and the most important move. You understand me? For you, for me, for your grandchildren and your grandchildren's children. So if you understand what is happening over here, no fubble double business. You understand me? Again, bless up Mystic, bless up Mrs. Mystic.
Yes.
You understand me? Admire you guys and love the work that you're doing. Happy to be a part of it. And
Thank
guess
you,
what, beautiful people? Keep coming. Blessings and love. And before me jump off again,
exactly
the book here, for those who have not yet gotten a copy, it's available on Amazon. It's called Trapped in Freedom. And it's by yours truly, Tara Smith Jarrett. So you can grab your copy. They have the e-book, no, I think as well as the paperback version. So you decide which one you want. Either way, it's the same story, but it makes a wonderful read. So you can go and you can grab a copy for yourself. As well as this one, I don't know how you can see it. This is the children's book, and it's called Blossom of Friendship. And this will be published later in this month. So just stay tuned. If you have children, if you're a godmother, if you're a godfather, if you're uncle, aunt, it makes a good read. A story of inspiration in there. So just stay tuned for that one. And soon you'll see it coming. So you can grab a copy. All right?
Yes, you know, and I want to take a parallel line as it relates to the caller who had just called, right? As it relates to community policing, right? Because we can't have our police officers being judge, jury, and execution, right? And so then the government has to, and this is one of the reasons as it relates to when we talk about policing, you know, right? Because as the Virgin said, that community policing is missing in a lot of the areas in Jamaica, which is integral, right? To, you know, have good relationship with the community and so forth. But we have seen a lot of extra judiciary killing. And I want to say to the brethren that, listen me, from once you witness certain things not right? Yeah, man, never hesitate, right, to call Mystic Sensation, right? And if you can get evidence, that means that we push it out there, right? And expose them, because we are not going to allow, right, our police officers to be judge, juror, and executioner.
Right, so.
Right? We have to defend the rights of our people. We are not going to allow it for all those police officers who think, right, that they are judge, jury, and executioner. I am telling my Jamaican people, where the evidence is possible, right, send it to us. Let us push it out there. You understand? Because we are defending our Jamaican people. All right.
All right.
So, John Furtado, Andrew turning Jamaica into a police state. Exactly. Right? So, well, once again, let me say a big thanks for all the people who came out and support Mystic Sensation. I want to say more power to aromatic people. Want to see how aromatic, the blazing, living fire. So here what happened. You want to subscribe?
Right.
Please go aromatic, right, and subscribe, because aromatic spit the fire similar like me, you know. You understand? We no do no lie. We no do
partner in crime, you know.
Exactly, partner in crime, yeah. So guess what? We research our stuff and we make sure we put it out there, because guess what? We value our people time who come here on a Friday to listen to a Mystic Sensation, or aromatic, or Beyond the Echo. And so then what we do, we make sure that we research, right, and bring you the evidence. One thing, people, that I will say to you, right, and also, as I said, as it relates to aromatic, you understand, and Tara, right, and myself do things, right? We are not going to speak on any issue and the evidence is not provided. My line of argument has to base on a background of source research and where the evidence can be presented, right?
Can be verified.
Mystic Sensation, proceed. My wonderful wife, I'm handing over Jeopardy to you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Peace out. Blessed.
All right. Love and
right.
blessings, beautiful people.
All right.
Wonderful and blessed weekend.
Thank you. Bless up yourself, Tara.
All right. Love and blessings, beautiful people. Make sure no come back.
All right.
Bring somebody with you. Tell a friend to tell a friend and come along.
Okay, guys. So thank you guys so much for participating in the discussion. Thank you so much to Baron and the panelists for such an educational and informative session. And we don't want it to be just persons who keep coming, share it out, because it's a movement. And you have all these channels that are, spreading the word, getting the information out there so that we can be educated, so that we can make more informed and intelligent decisions when the time comes, and also for what we want for our country. So although you have different platforms, everybody have their own styles of doing their own thing in giving the information, but it's a movement that we have formed, basically. It's a collective effort with different voices. So we need to share that more people can be reached, because a lot of people out there are still being misled by all of these propagandists that are popping up, and just spreading all these lies and stuff. So we need to get the message out there for this movement so that we can get more people, so we can steer our country back in the right direction and get rid of these colonial puppets.
Okay, well said, wifey. And people, catch me on Reason with Rattigan tomorrow. And let me say, Rattigan will start some hours ahead of me, because to the fact that I have to leave work and then get onto the program. So I will be joining Rattigan, right? Roughly about 3 hours ahead of Rattigan start. And so then anticipate my arrival, right? We will definitely be on Reason with Rattigan tomorrow, where we are going to go through certain investigation, right, and take people through that roadmap of corruption. It is going to be interesting, very interesting. So tune in, right, on Reason with Rattigan tomorrow. All right.
Okay. And I just want to put up the poster again to remind persons about the gathering in front of the Jamaican consulate. So this is going to be May 10th 2024 between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. And the location is 300 East 42nd Street, and it's in New York City, and that's in front of the Jamaican consulate. So please, everybody who can manage to go in person, please do so. If you can't, support it virtually, because the numbers online is also important as well. But if you can be there in person, that will be even greater. But if you cannot, make sure that you stream in online and get the numbers up there. Okay, guys. So again, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone who tuned in, because I've always been beating it that it's a Friday. You could have been doing so many other things on your Friday nights, and you choose to be with us, you know, and we really appreciate that. We do not take it for granted. All right, so I'm going to go into Jeopardy. So we're going to be playing for credit. The questions are going to be in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. The first person to answer correctly choose the next category, and for how many points. So we also will have 4 runners up of 400 Jamaican dollars each, credit, digital, or flow. Let me just share something there. Let me just share so you can see what the categories are for tonight. All right, let me just take off the logo so you can see that one clearly. So the categories for tonight are Marvel movies, Translate This, Jamaican food, citizen towns, and Jamaican affairs. And I tried to make this as Jamaican as possible. Now and again, I'll mix it up because it's like a brain teaser, brain exercise. It's bringing back to memory what we have learned, because sometimes, you know, some things you might forget, or, you know, some people will learn some things new for the first time. And I try to put civics in there as much as I can, so that we can enlighten persons as to our judiciary system and how it works. So I will put questions from time to time regarding our judiciary system. Will you be live streaming the protest? I think we should try to do that, but I will have to look at what our work schedule is for that day and try to work around it to make sure that we can live stream it. But unfortunately, we will not be there in person. But once it gets to Canada, we will definitely be there in Toronto. All right, good night, Diva. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. So throughout a category and for how many points, the first one that I see is what we're going to start with. And the person, as I said, who answers it correctly will choose the next category and for how many points. And we will continue like that until the board is empty. Is that yours? Okay. Okay, guys, so throw out a category. Where are the Jeopardy persons? They're falling asleep. Okay, Truck Life is there. Let's look Truck Life. All right. So Truck Life is saying food for 100. Jamaica's national fruit. Everybody run out. Welcome, King Lion. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Everybody run out on that one. How you doing, King Lion? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And remember, guys, before you have to put what is and then the answer. If it is the name of a person, then it's who is and then the answer. All right, so Of course, you know our national fruit is ackee, and that is for 100 points. Can I have the orange book, please? So that's for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Oh, you're in Jamaica? Enjoy. And Jamfet is in Jamaica as well. Well, enjoy yourself. Eat up as much fried fish and bami as you can and everything else.
So bless up Jamfet and King Lion in Jamaica.
All right, so let's see who first came in. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life for 100. Then we have Jara, but didn't put what is. Okay, corrected that.
Hold up on the Jaro.
Oh, you're hot. Yes.
Big up yourself, Jaro.
Hush, hush. We're gonna try and use at least 2 or 3 fans. That's what we do when we in here. Ceiling fan and 2 standing fan rotating at the same time. All right, so Truck Life is saying, so Truck Life answered correctly. So he's saying food for 200. Sorry, I did not release that. So he's saying food for 200. The most popular chicken in Jamaica. Everybody run out. What is the most popular chicken that is prepared in Jamaica that everybody loves? Welcome, Peter. Happy Friday. How are you doing? AMG, welcome.
Bless up yourself,
Friday.
Peter.
All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays there. And it is what is jerk chicken, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let me just refresh. Remember, guys, you have to refresh to see the correct order because everybody's gonna see themselves coming in first. So Truck Life, what is jerk? Yeah, doesn't have to have chicken at the end because the question had chicken, so we know it's referring to chicken.
Yeah.
All right, manners and respect back to you, Jaro. All right, so
Bless
Peter
yourself, Jaro.
came in with jerk chicken. John, AMG, Quinn. Remember, Sudani, you have to put what is. And then Doreen also came in with that. Okay, good night to you now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you being here. Calligraphy also got jerk chicken. So Truck Life is saying food for 300, so it's keeping it food. Gizzada's main ingredient. Everybody run out. You know what gizzada is? So the main ingredient in gizzada. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays, and it is what is coconut. I see some people put in coconut and sugar, but the main ingredient is coconut, and then the sugar is used to bind it together. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Let me just refresh. Okay. Truck Life, 300 points. Truck Life dominating the board in the first instance. Peter, then Jaro, John, Donmel, AMG, Janet, Vin, Quinn, or Sydney, Doreen, Hyacinth, but not that the end part. Aislinn, welcome. Calligraphy, Doreen. Okay, it's keeping it food. So Truck Life is continuing with food for 400. This large green fruit can be roasted, boiled, and fried. Everybody run out.
What is that?
This large green fruit can be roasted, boiled, and fried. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays, and it is what is breadfruit, and that is for 400 points. Everybody's answering, but guys, they need to be quick on the fingers and make sure your Wi-Fi is firing, because this is how this game, it's all about finger speed and good Wi-Fi. All right, so let's see who first came in. Truck Life, 400. AMG, Peter, Hyacinth, Jara, everybody run out and got breadfruit. Monica, Janet, Dunmel, John, King. Okay, that the keyboard messed you up there. Quinn, Chronicles, Hyacinth, Doreen, Calligraphy. Everybody came in. Tara says speed is killing me. All right. So Wayne, bless up. Happy Friday, Wayne Evans. How are you? Manners and respect. All right. So Truck Life is completing foods for 500. Hella top, hella bottom, hallelujah in the middle. Everybody run out. So hella top, hella bottom, and hallelujah in the middle. Everybody run out on that one. Just a weird Truck Life located if he's in the room beside us. And Jim screeching at the corner over there. So. All right. What's happening with the reception there now? Okay, it's on the main one. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is pudding. So what is pudding? So, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who came in first. Truck Life swept that category. Much 500. Then Dunmel, Quinn, Cheryl, Peter, AMG, Iselin, Hyacinth, Vin, Janet. Some people have made the pudding specific. Doreen, Monica, John, King Lion, Powell. Remember, Paul, you need to put what is and then the answer. Calligraphy. When I said Mr. Barron, big up boss.
Blessings.
All right, Truck Life is saying movies for 100. So Marvel movies. Captain America's shield is made of this. What is Captain America's shield made of? You remember in which one is it? In Wakanda. Let me see what they put in if I need to give a clue. Captain America's shield is made up of think about Black Panther. What is the ore that they said is in Wakanda? And I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is vibranium. So vibranium is what is said to make Captain America's shield, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. It's made from the metal that you get from Wakanda in All right. So truck life, 100 points.
What?
Then calligraphy, Sydney also came in with vibranium. That was in Black Panther. So choose the next category, and for how many points it's keeping it moving. Name of Thor's adoptive brother. Name of Thor's adoptive brother. Remember the name of a person, you have to put who is. Name of Thor's adoptive brother. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Loki. So that's the name of the character there, who's supposed to be Thor's brother. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And remember, it has to be who is, because it's a person. All right. Janet, what is? Okay, so truck life for 200.
Okay.
Then Janet corrected that, but not before truck life clinched her. Then Quinn, okay, calligraphy and King Lion also came in with the correct response, and he's saying move it for 300. Name this character. Name this character, and remember, it's Marvel movies, so all of them, it's going to be taken from the Marvel franchise. So name this character. Name this character. Oh, shame, you don't watch you don't watch Disney. I can see that AMG. Okay. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Doctor Strange. So if you write out Doctor, you have the abbreviated format, that's fine. So who is Doctor Strange, and that is for 300 points. Jersey, what's CNN? All right, so Doctor Strange. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so I just refreshed. It started there. Truck life. Doreen, Janet. 300. King Lion, calligraphy. Iselin. All right, truck life is saying move is for 400, and we're just gonna keep it moving. And this is a double score answer. So whoever answers this, it's gonna be 400 to the points, and then doubled. If you answer, you're just answering and you get it, then you get 800 points. All right, so name the movie this character is in. Name the movie this character is in.
So when we say this, when we say Queen Daddy.
Who is Bandit? Chucky go sleep now. Oh, truck life. Oh my goodness. So it's a movie. Name the movie that the character is in. So it would be what is. The thing or place is what is, and just the name of a person is who is. So what is black chocolate? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Guardians of the Galaxy? It's Guardians of the Galaxy, the little raccoon. All right, so that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck life, them want block you. Master, they made truck life. Truck life.
Truck life?
So at 400 to his points and then double. Janet also got Guardians of the Galaxy. And I say, yo, Chucky man. Because I was about to answer, my browser closed. Hush, Andrew. All right. All right, so King Lion and Ball Hush.
So tell me something. What, it seems like truck life is going to clean the board.
They have other categories.
Yes.
There's just need to be passed.
Partially cleaning 2 categories.
Truck life is saying, what's my score?
5,000.
5,000 truck life. You hear that? He said, let Andrew hear my score.
5,000.
All right, choose the next category, truck life. It's what truck you drinking tonight. All right, he's completing movies for 500. Name the place that this character is from. So name the place that this character is from. Everybody run out. Oh, you see, let me just enlarge it. I think I should be able to be a bit small. Not going to be able to do much with it. All right, so name the place that this character is from. AMG, you're really not watching the TV. What do you call it there? Marvel movies or Disney. Disney is what's the word I'm looking for. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is Wakanda? So this is from Black, that is Black Panther, and Black Panther character comes from Wakanda. All right, so that is for 500 points. All right, let's see who picked up those 500 points. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, but the spellings are off. So first on the board with the correct response with spelling is Andrew, and that is for 500 points.
Okay, Andrew.
Then calligraphy, freedom, Sydney. So Chocolate was the host of Jeopardy. All right.
And so the score.
Batman.
And so the score as it is, Andrew on 500 points, Chuck Life on 5,000 points.
India, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning
Bless
in.
up India.
King Lion say, can't see Chuck Life. Can you make me get a point? All right. So choose the next category, Andrew, and for how many points? How long Chocolate thought he would stay on the board by himself, not in my cabinet.
Exactly.
Andrew, choose
Yeah,
the
man.
next
Andrew, slow
category
down.
and for how many points? Andrew said not in my cabinet.
Not in Andrew's cabinet.
All right, which category do you want? Did he choose already and I missed it? Oh, cities and towns for 100. Somebody might further get put out in the desert and I get them Jamaican card back. The most dense city in Jamaica. That is the most populated city in Jamaica. Which city do you think is the most populated city in Jamaica? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So knowing this country. I'm not gonna get pushed out further in the desert though. What is Kingston? All right. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Or let me see if I can let him hold on at like a little part of the edge of the card. All right, so this one is slowing up. Not doing anything. It's frozen. One sec, guys. I have to use the other device that just froze on me. All right, let's get back in there. Yes, that's why let me see if we can make him hold on from the edge of the card. Because we didn't make to give him back already. I'm going to have to drag it back out of hand. So let's see if him can get it back tonight. All right, so where it started. So Truck Life, 100 points. Then Jaro, Peter, Calligraphy, Janet, Monica, Iselin, Javon, Janet, King Lion. Okay, that's how the answers came in. So, Jaro second Truck Life take a bathroom break. Oh, that Melly said Kingston is the most populated, but not the most dense. I thought it was referring to dense in terms of population. All right, choose the next category. Cities for 200. Okay, I'm brave tonight. This town is known as the old capital. Everybody run out. This town is known as the old capital. This town is known as the old capital. Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays, and it is what is Spanish Town. So Spanish Town is the old capital, and that is for 200. So let's see who came in with the correct response, or who first came in. Andrew, what is Spanish Town? So 200 points for Andrew. Then Truck Life, Danmel, Freedom, everybody run out. Peter, King Lion, Monica, Calligraphy, Quinn, India, Doreen, Janet, Javon. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Going to the board quick tonight. Iceland also came in with Spanish Town. Keeping it citizen towns, okay. The name of Kingston Business District. The name of Kingston Business District. Name of Kingston Business District. Hush down, Mel, I want the lick hot. You might type what is and then it never come up saying it fell below the answer.
Oh.
All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is New Kingston. So New Kingston is Kingston Business District, and that is for 300 points. All right, so let's see who picked up those 300 points. All right, so it started there. So Andrew, what is New Kingston?
300 points, yeah, Andrew.
Mm-hmm. Then Peter, Dunmel, Jaro, Jamfet. Oh, you dealing with the heat there, Jamfet.
And so the score as it is, Andrew on 1,000 points. Truck Life, 5,100 points.
Alora, that's supposed to be cool. Doreen, Calligraphy, Javon. All right, and that's how the answers came in. There's a nut crop circle. It's for 400. Oh my goodness. You can find Reach Falls in this town, and it's a double point answer. So whoever answers correctly is going to get 800 points. You can find Reach Falls in this town. So which town is Reach Falls in? Champion Zimmer melt every day. Hush. Sometimes you can't even find a tree if you go sit down under, because sometimes when you look, the leaves not even moving. So which town can you find Reach Falls? Remember, town is the operative word. Town, not parish. I said town. That's why I keep stressing town. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays, and it is what is Port Antonio. So it's yes, it's in the parish of Portland, but I needed the town because we're doing cities and towns. So that is for 400 points. Sorry, 800 points because it's double. So let's see who picked up those 800 points.
What?
Let's see if somebody else is going to leap onto the board. All right, so it started there. No. Nope. Dunmel.
All right.
800 points for Dunmel. Let me just go back up and make sure I didn't miss any. Buddy. So Dunmel.
Score as it is, Dunmel on 800 points. Andrew, 1,000 points. Truck Life, 5,100.
Okay, and then we had Truck Life. Andrew corrected that, and that's how the answers came in. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points. There is a chocolate share points. God say you must share. All right. Citizen towns for 500. So completing citizen towns. This many parishes are in the county of Surrey. How many parishes are in the county of Surrey? Just need the number. How many parishes are in the county of Surrey? But let's fling out the numbers, then I hope one will stick. Welcome, Tiffany. Happy Friday. How are you doing?
Bless up yourself, Tiffany.
Tell Sniper hello for us and kiss the baby for us.
All right.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, drum roll, 4. Portland, St. Thomas, Kingston, and St. Andrew. So 4. So that is for 500 points. So let's see who came in with, who picked up those 500 points. Oh my goodness. Brain there. Okay, so that's where it started. Oops, Truck Life.
500 points.
500 points. And throw 2 numbers and one would have stopped. Jaro, Peter, Hyacinth, Tiffany, Monica, Jamfet, Javon. Okay, that's all the answers came in. Okay, so it's choosing now translate for 100. So as you see, it's a translate this. Now it means you're gonna get the patois, you give me the English. All right, tech. Give me the English for tech. Everybody run out. So I give it a patois, you give me the English. Yes, it was counted. What it got here? They have to download a different app.
What are you doing?
I download a different app.
Oh, and
To the 3 persons, so I couldn't get to use a new app. Two apps to use now. All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it was what is take. So when you say take in patois, it means take. So that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. All right, so that's where we start. Truck Life, 100. Donmel, Andrew, Jaro, Peter, Freedom, Monica, everybody jump run out on this one. Calligraphy, Iselin, Tiffany, Quinn, Metro, welcome. India, Javon, King Lion, Doreen, Belinda, welcome. All right, so it's keeping it translate for 200. But else avoid Jamaican affairs like the plague. Pitney, everybody run out. What's the English word for pitney? Look here, look a pitney. What is the English word for pitney? Look here, little pitney. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays, and it is what is child. I see some people put in children, but if I say picnic them, then would I mean children? But I said picnic, so it's one child. Remember, so when we refer to more than one child, we say picnic them, the picnic them. So that would be children. All right, and I see it's 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, let's see. Everybody run out. All right, on the spelling. So truck life, it is at 200 points. Andrew actually came up to spelling is off. Then Peter, Andrew he corrected it, hush. But I still got big man blow hush. Monica, Metro, Quinn, Hyacinth, Freedom, Calligraphy, Doreen, India, Javon, and Belinda. So they came. So it's keeping it translate 300. Shub. Man, shub me fa. Man, shub me. Shub. Translate shub. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is push. So when somebody say, why you shub me for? It's like, why did you push me? And that is for 300. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew, you need to slow your roll a little bit, you know. You need to slow your roll a little bit. Your fingers, them are move too fast.
So the score as it is, Don Mellon 800 points, Andrew 1,000 points, Truck Life 5,900.
All right, so Truck Life 300 points, push. Truck Life 300 points, yes. Tiffany, Andrew, said that Peter, India, Jaro, Aislinn, Monica, Javon, AMG, Peter is put shove, could be used synonymous. Freedom. Andrew, slow down, bro. So I'm going to give him a speeding ticket. Metro, Calligraphy, Doreen, Belinda. Quinn also came in. Okay. Truck Life translate for 400, so it's keeping it translate. Dirty. When Jamaicans say something dirty, what we mean? So dirty, translate dirty. My shoes dirty. All right, I see the answer. Everybody run out. What is dirty? So when we say something dirty, we mean it's dirty, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life 400. Tiffany, Truck Life 400. Tiffany, Andrew, Don, Freedom, India, Jaro, Hyacinth, AMG, Monica, Quinn, Calligraphy, Doreen, everybody run out. Javon, Metro, Aislinn, Belinda. Okay, Javon just corrected what? England said, what is I can't win. So Truck Life is completing that category for 500. What am I do? Translate what them I do. When you say what them I do, what do you mean in English? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what are they doing? What am I doing? What are they doing? And that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points, and then we go to the inevitable now, although you all been avoiding it like the plague. All right, so I have to go back down. Okay, right. There it started. Okay, that one came over. Andrew for 500 points. Then Tiffany.
Andrew for 500 points.
And then Tiffany, Trucklife, Jaro, Dunmill, India, Hyacinth, Freedom, Quinn, Doreen, Iselin, Calligraphy, Monica. Please don't put hell underneath it, turn it down low. Jaro, AMG, King Lion, Belinda. That's how the answers came in. Hush, Hyacinth. Hush, you have to be quick. Everybody has been quick there now. They were like you, and they just keep persevering until they get faster at it. He's coming, Andrew. He's coming. This will tell you the score. All right, so choose an amount under. So I just need to see the numbers because we know it's the last category. So choose a number. Okay. A common dish for special occasions such as weddings or nine-night ceremonies is manish water. This is the main ingredient. So what is the main ingredient? Is it soup made from coconut, goat's heads, or an alcoholic beverage? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is goat head. So manish water is made up of goat head and goat belly, right? So that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those points. Let's see where it started. Dunmill for 100 points. Then Trucklife, Jaro, Freedom, Tiffany, AMG, Iceland, Calligraphy, Doreen, India, Quinn. Yeah? Okay. And they want to know the score. Okay. Metro, Monica, Javon, Belinda. All right, that's how the answers came in.
So the score, Dunmill on 900 points, Andrew 1,500 points, and Chuck Life 6,600 points.
All right, so next one is you can find Blenheim in this parish, and it's a double point answer, so it's 400 points for this question. You can find Blenheim in this parish. Which parish can you find Blenheim? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm not going to delay because I'm going to name all the 14 parishes. Bless up, Maxine. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, and it is Hanover. So it is in the parish of Hanover and Blenheim. It's a small rural hilly district in Hanover. It's the birthplace of Sir Alexander Bustamante, the first Jamaican to be awarded the honor of national hero while alive. So Blenheim is found in Hanover, and that is for 400 points because it's doubled. So let's see who get those 400 points. So it started there. Andrew. So Andrew picked up those 400 points. So Andrew, 400 points. Then calligraphy, truck life, AMG. All right, so no problem, Maxine. Really, really appreciate you tuning in and hope you're having a wonderful rest for the start of the weekend. Oh, there's a Blenheim in Manchester. Oh, okay. Oh, there was only a mention of a Blenheim in Hanover. All right, so choose what number, how many points do you want it for? Okay, 300. Eating too much of this is said to make you coward. Eating too much of this is said to make you coward. Eating too much of what is said to make you coward? Yeah, I just learned that a few months ago in doing this, and I thought it would be interesting to put it back. I was like, what? Really? Never heard of that before. But apparently it's a thing. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is breadfruit? You know what? It's taking a while. Let me not deprive him of his 400 points. So let me just add the 400 points. I forget. All right, so what is breadfruit? Country people say that breadfruit make you a coward because according to them, when you eat too much breadfruit, you're able to see ghosts. And I mean, set of people. So that's the rationale they give why eating too much breadfruit make you a coward. All right, and that is for 300 points. It was new to me a few months ago to Jaro. But that's how they explain it. That's the rationale they gave why they have that thing. All right, so let's see. Tiffany. So first on the board is Tiffany. That is for 300 points. Then Hyacinth.
Tiffany.
Aislinn.
300 points for Tiffany?
Yeah. Javon, Maxine, Doreen. She said, what is really? Sydney, Belinda. Jara say I'm from country and that one is new to me. Well, me come from country too. Well, I left there when I was pretty young. But yeah, it was just a few months ago, as I said before, that I learned that. All right, choose how many points, Tiffany? All right, she's saying 400. Complete the proverbs. Me come here to drink milk. No, everybody come. Myself me not be glass over. You really need some food.
This is crazy.
Really. All right, me come here for drink milk. Me come here for drink milk, so complete the proverb. So this is exactly how Andrew Holness come for drink the milk. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Let me just double check that again. So it's that there, so. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is me not come here for count cow. So I'm only interested in drinking the milk. I'm not care how the cow look as long as the cow produce the milk. And I don't care how many they are. Just want to know that I get the milk. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. AMG, what is me not come here for count cows? AMG ran up on the board with 400 points. AMG.
AMG.
400
points.
Come for count cow. Monica. Calligraphy. Quinn.
500,
Andrew.
500 left there, sir.
Maxine. And Belinda. And she clapping finally. All right, so you have 500 points left in place. So I'll just display that. Jamaican meat product is popularly known as ghetto steak. What would Jamaicans call ghetto steak? Everybody run out. Jamaican meat product is Why am I getting tongue-tied? Popularly known as ghetto steak. So Jamaican meat product is popularly known as ghetto steak.
One time I'm going to shop on here, but
the forward. All right.
Think of it on it. The
no,
pride you, but no.
Pride
when you buy it up, yeah, exactly.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is chicken back, not the forward, the back. Right now it's prime meat. First time when you're young and your parents and you go shop, go buy chicken back. You want whisper 10 or nobody else a chicken back. Yeah. Alright, so that's it for 500.
And nothing wrong with chicken back.
Nothing wrong with chicken back.
I love my chicken back.
Curry chicken back and white flour dumpling with some nice soft green banana or nice so.
You love my curry chicken back.
You lick off your 10 finger there. All right, so let's see who picked up those 500 points. Oh, she said, I'm your namesake, Anne. Okay, so A is short for Anne. Okay. All right. All right, so Truck Life, 500 points. Chicken Back, Tiffany, Jamfet, Jaro, Doreen, everybody run out. Maxine, Hyacinth, Danmel, Quinn, Monica, Iceland, AMG, Belinda, Calligraphy said turkey neck is ghetto oxtail. What? Never know that, but turkey neck nice to bear and make a mean turkey neck.
Ah.
They make a mean stewed turkey neck. I went to the grocery store and had to walk away when I saw the price of chicken foot. I remembered when it was dirt cheap. Yes, freedom. The prices of stuff, even chicken mac. No, because when we were there, I used to buy it by the case, so it would serve long. I may tell you, say, right now it costs an arm, a leg, and piece of your liver.
Believe it.
Never sell somebody part if you can buy it.
The score as it is, Tiffany making the board with 300 points. AMG making the board with 400 points. Dunmel, 900 points. And Andrew, 1,900 points. And Truck Life finished the board with 7,100 points.
Okay, Tiffany. All right. I'll look for your message on IG. Yes, it's very expensive. Very expensive, dear. Yes, so you gave out the score already?
Yeah.
Okay, so congratulations to it's a chicken foot price running down Oxtail. Oh my goodness. The price of oxtail here have me wanting to try turkey neck.
Turkey neck nice.
Yeah, man, turkey neck nice. Only thing is I can't tolerate the turkey itself.
No, but the neck.
Turkey neck is nice.
Yeah.
I had it once and it made me so sick. The turkey itself. Okay, so congratulations to everyone who participated and answered. You know, it's a game of speed and good Wi-Fi. So congratulations to all the winners who made it to the board. AMG, let me just put the channel number to scream across. You can send your the number that you want your credit sent to this number. It's a WhatsApp number. So write that number down and then you can message me with the number that you want the credit sent to. And also I need the provider, whether it is Digicel or Flow, because that's very important. So the number you want it sent to and the name of the provider, whether Digicel or Flow. And remind me that I need to put that, I need to put the link to the CIA video in the description once I finish.
Okay, they want the video.
Yeah, so that you can watch it. And it's good to be here. Okay.
All right. So put this in the jar?
Yeah, you can put that away now. And let me just see something. So again, congratulations to everyone and thank you guys so much for participating. Really appreciate that. And I hope it was a refresher for some people. And also we have to make sure we hold on to our culture because with today's society, our culture is eroding so fast because everybody is now leaning to more the North American sort of culture. So we need to hold steadfast to our culture and teach the younger ones about our culture, our food, our heritage, everything. We need to keep that alive. We cannot afford to lose our culture because then we will be lost. A nation without its roots is lost. So we need to keep our roots alive, make sure the younger ones are aware of the roots, the food, the different cultures, because it's Jamaica, out of many one people, so it's a melting pot of culture that we need to keep alive.
Yep.
Just looking for this thing here. You know, and I see people talking about pasta and all of those things. You know, that is a North American way we live here, and I don't even make it, but still cook our good, strong Jamaican food, although my kids sort of do their own thing, the older ones, but I try it, even the younger ones, he doesn't know much about the culture, but we try and teach him as much as possible. Okay, I see it now, Tiffany. I'll definitely, I'll update that. Okay. as well as AMG, you can send it to Tiffany. If you're still there, can you just put my IG information in the chat, please? Or hold on, use this one. That one freezing upon me. All right, so that's my IG info. So AMG, you can also send a number to me on IG along with the provider. All right, please don't adopt Black Friday. Know the history of things before you bring them into your culture. Okay. Above. Okay, please see the article above. A narco revolt takes a one peaceful nation to the brink. See the article above. Okay, send the link. Okay, let me just copy that link and then I will also post it back. It allow me to do it that way. Hold on. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Trying to copy it. Hope it will not let me copy it that way. All right, 1 sec. Let me try something on this device.
Sharing information is about communication. So how do you have
I can go back and find it. Okay, I just went into the article, I screenshot it, and then I'm gonna go back and find it because it's not allowing me to copy the link. Thank you so much for that information. I look at it there and it's too loud. Okay, guys, so it's late for a lot of people, I know, because those in England, some people were saying it's after 3 and that was a couple hours ago. BCA, welcome, happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Guys, I'm just gonna say good night here for now because we have work in the morning as well. So thank you so much, guys, for tuning in, and again, really appreciate all the support and the endorsement, and thank you so much for joining the movement, because we have to look at it as a movement now, a movement to steer our country in the direction that we need to be. So there are many different platforms that are doing bringing the message. Everybody have their own style of doing it, but it is one voice, one collective effort, one message. So share so that information can reach as many people as possible and to enlighten them. Share for every platform that's doing it. Make sure we keep sharing so that the message goes out there, because there's still a lot of people who are not getting the message. I got some calls earlier this week where some people were saying that they don't really have access to the internet in this day and age. People still having difficulty with accessing internet and stuff. So, we know it's difficult out there, but for every platform that is along this, doing this mission, that is on this movement, make sure that we're getting everybody's message out there so that more people can be informed and enlightened, educated, so that they can make more intelligent and informed decision. All right. So Ecuador is fighting for their country through some drug corruption. We must fight back. Okay, guys. So have a wonderful rest of the weekend, and have a blessed and restful night. And until Tuesday, I am going to say one love, keep blessed, be our brother's keeper, and stay and safe travel on the gravel. Thank you so much. Bye.